My people, Ausares, Louise, Uwacu in the building. My people, today it's a special show. It's a beautiful show. We're going to celebrate a giant, my people. If you don't know how a giant looks like and what a giant is, oh my goodness, this is the show, my people. This is the show. Please join us. SHAKA SSALI is a giant inspiration educator, journalist, Pan-African. We love him so much, and we have decided to pay tribute to him while he's alive, so we can tell him how much we love him while he can hear it, okay? We love him so much, my people. Stay tuned. Today is a celebration show. Thank you so much for being here, my people. All right, my people, let us bring in SHAKA SSALI, the man himself, right away. SHAKA.
Yes, Uwacu.
Oh, bizu, bizu. I'm sending you so many bizu right now.
Bizu, bizu. You remind me of the Madiba himself once when he would say, Amandla.
Oh, wait.
Where to? And you know, he said, among other things, that what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have merely lived. That basically what counts really is whether we are able to make a difference in other people's lives, and that is what will determine the significance of the life that we lead.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. People are watching from across the world. SHAKA, you have inspired so many people. You have inspired me. I want to be the first one today to say how much I love you. I know everybody's gonna say it today, so I'm the first, okay? Oh no, I will say it first. SHAKA, we love you so much. You have done an amazing job, SHAKA. So
I have to say that coming from you, I have to say that I'm hugely flattered, but also hugely humbled.
Oh my goodness. You have been a teacher and a father, a mentor to millions around the world. How does it feel to finally move into your next stage of your life and leave behind Straight Talk Africa? Straight Talk Africa is your baby. You know, how does it feel?
It is my baby, Louise Uwacu, but I once read a book that knowing when, why, and how to walk away, even from a successful platform such as Straight Talk Africa, is wisdom. And that being able to do so while handing over the baton to a younger generation takes profound soul-searching and courage.
Absolutely.
But finally, walking away from all of it, the stardom, the what have you, with your head raised high, is dignity. I hope I'm right.
You are so right. And then walking away after having accomplished so much, like I feel so sorry for the person who's replacing you, because, are they going to measure up?
No, I don't really think that we need to think about her like that. I think we should wish her the best. Really.
Absolutely.
And I have confidence that she will make a big difference.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's start from the beginning, since you are the Kabale kid. From Kabale all the way in Uganda. Today we have the African map so people can, see Uganda all the way here. At the heart of Africa, one of the best countries, the pearl, as they call it, the pearl of Africa. And initially, you were set to become a military man. And then what happened? You decided to switch from the gun to the mic?
Well, it is very interesting, but it is a very, very long story. If I were to tell it, we would probably need to do a series of programs on this very, very important program of yours, you and I. And by the way, before I go any further, really, allow me please to say that I'm profoundly honored and exceedingly humbled to be invited on your very important show, You and I. Thank you so much for doing that.
We love you, Shaka. We love you. So many people asked for it. In particular, we will bring in Claude Gatebuke. He has also been inspired by you so much, and he is one of the person who also asked for this, So we love you, Shaka.
I love you back, you and Claude Gatebuke and the others. I love you back, and how I wish we were perhaps doing this at a Nyamachoma joint somewhere in Washington.
We will talk about that towards the end of the show. We are definitely going to redo it. Tell us a bit about how you started from Kabale and to the States, and what inspired you to leave the gun and pick up the mic.
Again, it's a very long story. When I was young, I never knew that, for example, I would end up, picking up the gun. Nor did I know that I would end up jumping from moving aircrafts to be called a paratrooper. I knew that I was going to school because my family wanted me to do so. So it was like part of my socialization, really. I went to school, and as I did, I used to watch movies, cinema, because we happened to live near a labor recruitment compound. This is a place where they were recruiting migrant laborers from Kabale and the surrounding areas. You won't believe this, they were also recruiting migrant laborers from the Kingdom of Rwanda and Burundi. This migrant labor compound was managed by a gentleman from Cyprus called Skadi. And he used to screen cinema for the migrant laborers before they were assigned to their appropriate places of work, before they would go to work in the tea estates of the then Kingdom of Toro, the Kingdom of Ankole, to go and work in Kirembe mines, where they would be extracting copper and cobalt. It actually happened to be a Canadian company at the time. And then others would go to Lugazi and Kachira near Jinja to work in the sugar plantations. And so they would screen cinema, which we call it cinema. They call it movies in North America, in order to break the boredom. And as a young kid in primary school or elementary school, I was fascinated by those movies. I mean, can you imagine a young kid around 8 years interacting with pictures which have the illusion of movement? And for me, it was as if, in fact, I was looking at something real. And so I grew up watching the cowboys, the cowboy general, John Wayne, the Duke. I grew up watching Gene Autry, later Clint Eastwood, and more. And I loved the pistol. When I went to the higher levels of the primary and junior high school, I enrolled in what is called the Boys Brigade. And the Boys Brigade had commanders who basically were more or less like reflections of the commanders in the military. They had the military ranks of captain, for example. And I was one of those soldiers. I liked to march in the parade. And you know, eventually I realized that I could probably actually get the privilege to do that for a living. And where else? In the military. That is how eventually I found myself in the military, not knowing that the military was, first of all, one of the most conservative, traditionally conservative institutions that I should never have come very close. But the rest is, as they say, the rest is history.
Wow, that shows the power of the movies and also the power of television. You can see how you were influenced by the movies, but eventually you ended up on television, just like in the movies. Like you ended up being, like, you know, like in your own movie.
That's true.
Like a main actor of your own, you know, movie.
That's true. By the way, later on, I really admired James Bond,
Ooh.
007. And I wanted to be a sort of James Bond. And later, here comes a character by the name Lance Spearman from South Africa. He was actually, Lance Spearman was a magazine published by the Drum magazine publications, which used to also publish one of the greatest magazines, monthly magazines, that helped walk me throughout the African continent and introduced me to the African diaspora, Drum magazine, you know? And later, I remember, years later, when I'm a graduate student at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, one of the most beautiful campuses I have ever seen, really. I was the kind of guy that used to like putting on black leather jackets, some jeans and what have you, and some students started characterizing me as Shaft in Africa. You are talking about Richard Roundtree. That's a bit of the story of Ndugu Shaka.
Wow. Wow, Shaka. So let's review a little bit of some of this movie that you have been the main actor, the star of your own movie right here. You have been around the world in so many countries. You have traveled and you have interviewed so many great people. We have some images today, and let's start with this one, and then so you can say something about it. Let's start with this one. This one right here, I put this image right here because this man, the great Kenneth Kaunda, just passed. And you have met him, you have worked, you have interviewed him, you know him as a person. How are you feeling right now? And like, what is your best memory from this encounter, for example?
What I can say is that Dr. David Kenneth Kaunda was a great man. He was a man, alongside some of his peers, the founding president of Tanzania, the late Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the late Ghanaian Osajefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the late Guinea founding president Sékou Touré, the late Egyptian great military leader Colonel Gamal Abdel Nasser, to name a few, including perhaps Benny Bera, who ruled over Nigeria. These were the sort of leaders, really, who made, in some cases, Africa proud. These were visionary leaders. And in fact, President Kaunda in particular was like a protege of the Ghanaian Osajefo, Kwame Nkrumah. I remember the last time that we paid a courtesy call on him in his residence in the suburbs of Lusaka, the Zambian capital. I told him that one of the reasons that I really admired him and I was attracted to him was because he and some of the peers, his peers that I mentioned, if not all, when it came to Africa, there were no boundaries or borders. It was Africa. And I told him for that, I decided that as a journalist, I had learned something from them to such an extent that I was in fact willing, at the fault of being called someone that was not objective, I was willing to be a sort of disciple of being an African, of being a Pan-African without the Africa that we inherited of 1884, the Berlin Conference, which was chaired by the German Chancellor, Prince Bismarck, which of course, as you know, provided European powers the opportunity to divide Africa among themselves, and hence created an Africa with the borders that we inherited later, and the boundaries that have left us very divided. Here, across the Atlantic, we have what is called the United States of Africa, or the United States of America. And back on the African continent, we have what would actually be accurately called the divided states of Africa. This is one reason that I really admired a man that was popularly known as KK. I first admired him the first time I was introduced to Drum Magazine when I was in junior secondary school at Kigezi High School in Kabale, southwestern Uganda. I came across him in Drum Magazine when he was fighting the British so that Zambia could regain her political independence. Zambia was then part of what was called Rhodesia. Rhodesia which unfortunately was a personal property initially of one British entrepreneur by the name Sir John Cecil Rhodes. I've started reading about Kenneth Kaunda, admiring him and his policies and his vision. And the first time I physically met him was in 1992 when I had just joined the Voice of America. He came over at the studios. I couldn't believe that I could breathe the same air with this giant of a man, Kenneth Kaunda. And in fact, when we were introduced, we hit it off right away. And we remained very close, he as a statesman and me as a journalist. We did a lot of things together. In fact, last time I paid the courtesy call, I was accompanied by my producer, Ndiho. And he said, young man, you always referred to me as a young man, even though, in all honesty, I am no longer younger. But of course, when you look at it in relative terms, yes, he was right, because after all, he passed away at the age of 97, young. So I remember he offered to play for me a piano. And he played a piano for us. It was incredible. We actually, Paul and I, thought we were perhaps the last television journalists to have the opportunity, the unique opportunity to interact and interview him. We probably were, because since his death, I have seen among those who have done the obituary of him, including, of course, the global international news setter, the British Broadcasting Corporation, the BBC. I saw the picture that they had on television was of a BBC journalist who had last interviewed him in 2014. And that obviously leaves us in a very unique, company, because the last time we actually interviewed him was 2018. He was a great man, Louise, Uwacu. He was a man that helped to liberate apartheid South Africa. The other southern Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe. You are talking about Namibia, which was Southwest Africa. You are talking about Angola. This was the man with some of his peers. He was also a great Pan-Africanist. And he was, some would tell you, a humanitarian. He was a very, very nice guy. He was the kind of guy you wouldn't mind really having for a neighbor.
Mm. That is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. We will always remember him. There would be no free South Africa today if it wasn't for him, because he did give like a base to the South African freedom fighters. And it is also thanks to him that apartheid fell apart.
Him and Mwalimu, may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Absolutely, absolutely. So before we go on and show all the other great people that you have met, we have a great man also in the studio right now, the former Prime Minister of Rwanda.
Wow.
We are bringing him on stage right now. Mr.
My friend.
Twagiramungu, get ready to be on screen. We're bringing you on screen right now.
Ndugu Faustin.
Ndugu Faustin.
Twagiramungu.
Hello, Mr. Twagiramungu. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, I'm very, very, very pleased to see you, both of you. And I have been following what you were talking about. It's quite interesting. I think Shaka SSALI should continue to talk. It's very, extraordinary for us to hear his voice, the way he speaks a good English, and Well, I'm very pleased to be here, Shaka, to see you.
I have to say, my big brother, that the feeling is mutual.
Okay.
I remember the first time we met in Kigali, the Rwandan capital, in those very, very difficult times. You were right there with me, and you really did whatever you could do to protect me and my colleagues. Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Twagiramungu, what can you tell us about meeting Shaka, your experience with him? How did you interact with him, and what was like a special memorable thing that you remember about that?
Well, Mr. Shaka is an extraordinary man. He's very simple. He's got a personality, frankly, which I did not find somewhere else than in his own atmosphere. We met before I became we met before I became Prime Minister, Kigali, as he said. And I was really impressed the way he was talking to us, very easily, smiling, and so forth. And it was a very difficult time indeed. So when I became Prime Minister, and when I was in exile here in Belgium, I also used to meet him. I met him not several times, but every time I was in Washington, I could not leave Washington without talking to Shaka. So what he has been for me is like an educator. I learned too much. And first of all, I used to talk by making noise. But the day I met Shaka, I learned to speak like a British. Unfortunately, I did not attend that level, but I admire his English, and I admire the way he expressed his own ideas. And he has been a very important personality for me for advice I got. And I think that Shaka is not a friend of mine, even though we don't make kind of contacts. We don't have a lot of contacts like before. But he is not a friend. He has been a brother. Well, we used also to talk in Kinyarwanda. Of course, my Kinyarwanda is better than his. But we could understand each other, and we have to be clear. He is also our brother, not our brother, but our neighbor. From Byumba to the place where he lives, I think it's not far from Rwanda. So saying that he is a brother of not only in what we have been talking about, but there's a kind of human contacts. To meet someone from, not from Kampala, but from nearby the border of Gatuna,
Kabale.
And you go to sit in Kabale, you can take a glass of beer, starting to talk to some other people there.
My father actually,
the place of Shaka and his brothers and sisters and the others,
If I may interject, Mr. Prime Minister, my father was an entrepreneur. He used to have sand quarries and brickworks factory, and he used to hire labor from Byumba.
Yes.
Byumba the home, by the way, of Dr. Donald Kaberuka, the
Yes, I
former
know.
president of the African Development Bank.
Yes, I know.
I once happened to be moderating an event where he was being given an award and talked about if it wasn't for the 1884 Berlin Conference, Dr. Kaberuka and I would really have been neighbors,
Yes.
breathing the same air. But now we are in a situation where he has to be living under a former Parisian colony and I, a former British protectorate.
Yes. So, Shaka, for me, you have been on the forefront of efforts to expose the truth about my country. Most people probably don't know that, but a bit I have learned about the people in Rwanda now in power was due to my contact with you. And I behaved according to the advices you have given me. You know, otherwise I would not probably be even alive, I tell you. Because we tried our best with a friend of yours also, Mr. Seti Sendashonga.
Sendashonga, the man that was assassinated in Nairobi.
Yes, that man was an extraordinary person who loved his country, who loved people in Rwanda, and who also was intelligent, of course, in a political analysis as an economical analysis. But the way he used to talk to the people and explain the situation at home, it was, I haven't found yet a young fellow like Mr. Sendashonga. Yes. So he was also, you know, we used to talk about you, you know, particularly when we heard what you have been asking people like, as you say, Kaunda or other important personalities in Africa, and the way it's the way you talk, you know.
What about my old friend and your old friend, now President Paul Kagame?
Well, what do you want to know about Paul Kagame? You know him better than I do, I think. What do you want to know about Paul Kagame? Kagame is a dictator, and he believes that being what he is today, he does not have to share power with anyone. And I think his impression is to deal not with Rwanda only, a small country, as I say, but to deal with Burundi and even Congo.
What about
He's very ambitious to take Congo, and indeed he once tried to even govern Congo before, I mean, after the departure of Mobutu. You remember the case of Kabarebe being chief of staff.
James Kabarebe.
Yes, James Kabarebe. Being a chief of staff of a country which is not his, and pretending to be a Congolese, you know, a Congolese while he also is a Rwandan. So Kagame, to talk about him, I think it will take a lot of time, because there are some issues which cannot be probably revealed here. I have learned to be a diplomat, you see.
Very good.
So yes.
But you remember how when I was in Kampala for a weekend, Kagame deported me from Rwanda. And for the next 3 years, my luggage was stored in the Hotel Meridien where I had been staying.
Yes.
For 3 years. That was 1995. I didn't get the luggage back until 3 years later through someone, I cannot mention his name right now. He's an ambassador, a permanent representative to the United Nations representing his country.
Mm-hmm.
He is the one who eventually got my luggage out. And eventually, he got a ride from President Kagame in South Africa.
Yes.
And Kagame asked him about his brother, Ndugu Shaka. Mm-hmm. And he said he had always looked for an opportunity to thank me, to extend his compliments for my role in the coverage of his struggle in Rwanda, but that I was a very stubborn Muchiga guy. I could not avail myself. And so he told this ambassador that he was willing to meet me any place of my choice so that he could get the opportunity to compliment me for what I had done during the struggle. And
what about after the struggle then?
Yes, eventually what happened was I informed my bosses at the Voice of America and the State Department, and they gave me permission to meet with him so long as I kept them informed. I then decided that the best place probably to meet him would actually be in his capital, Kigali, where he would be forced to make sure that nothing happens to me. Mm-hmm. And in 1999, I went there. And we spent 5 hours arguing in the officers' mess, Kiyovu, with Patrick Karegeya, who was then the chief of foreign intelligence. But of course, you know what happened to him in Johannesburg.
Yes.
It was interesting. I remember asking him, I used to know you very well. You used to know me very well. You used to call me with your satellite phone, and I would call you anytime, 24/7 we were in touch. What happened? What happens when you guys get into power? Mm-hmm. He talked about, of course, how power comes with responsibility and how power puts you in a situation where everybody is looking up to you for advantages and what have you. It was interesting.
Very interesting, yes, indeed. But did really Kagame appreciated your reports on his attacking Rwanda and continuing his war to take Rwanda up, and it was true?
He thanked me, but I told him that Kagame, I did not support you because you were a handsome man, nor did I support you because you were a Tutsi. I supported you because I felt that you had a just cause. And in my business, I will support people who have a just cause. And I said, journalism gives you an opportunity to give a voice to the voiceless. And I will give that opportunity to anybody who does not have a voice, but has good intentions. And so I think at that time he realized that I did not owe him really.
Yes.
But
well, I think me,
go ahead.
I personally appreciated your deep thinking, which was demonstrated in the way who moderated most of the programs in the VOA, you know, and the way you could direct or try to put things in the right context, you know, your analysis and the effort we have made to have countries, African countries, to know about VOA due to your programs, it was really an accomplishment VOA will never forget. That's what I think. Before, we did not know VOA, and we did not know SHAKA, but we come to know you about what you were teaching us. And in politics, you have done a lot. You probably don't believe in it, but due to your contact with head of states, you were talking about Kaunda. I don't know, you certainly have contacted respectable gentleman, president of Tanzania, Nyerere, and probably also the president of Uganda. So the work we have done is an extraordinary job. I don't know. It's not really to flatter you, but shall we get somebody now on VOA who could behave like you as a journalist? Do you have an idea of someone who's going to take up your job now?
I think you really have to at least be tempted to have an open mind, because who knew, for example, that at one time there is a guy called SHAKA SSALI, and he probably, as somebody, actually one of my colleagues suggested, that SHAKA SSALI, a kid from Kabale, who came from essentially Kabale as an obscure, essentially talent at the Voice of America, is leaving the Voice of America as an established institution. There is always bound to be surprises. The VOA itself, as a matter of fact, was kind enough to grant me what is called a Career Achievement Award.
Very interesting. We have to applaud that. You did not know.
Yeah. It was a very good place for me for the last 29 years.
Bravo. Bravo.
I think that I learned a lot along the way.
You have marked the history. You're part of the you are part of the institution now. I think when VOA brings in new people, they'll be telling them, hey, we want you to be like Shaka or top him. You know, you have set standards. Very high standards.
Actually, one of my critics would probably agree with you, because she actually said that you have actually left the bar simply too high.
Yes.
I hope she's wrong.
No, she is right. People, it's really good to leave the bar so high so that other people are motivated to go that high. You know, it's really great. So that means the people cannot fall short. You motivate people to be excellent, and that's exactly what we need.
And you know, basically what that took really was to go back to some of the things was said by the former Rwandan Prime Minister, Faustin Twagiramungu. Some of it was simply because I remained very comfortable in my skin. I remained very, very comfortable in my Kabale accent. I remained very comfortable in the kid from Kabale, because I could see clearly that what I said resonated with the audience. And the audience at the same time also could see itself in me. And so we were able to resonate. I gave them the power to tell their own story. For me, my journalism was really having conversations that are journalistically filtered. That was the key, I think, or part of the key to my success, because the other really was, I have often heard that if you want a good house, you always have to look at three important words: location, location, location. In my particular case, I said in order for me to be a good journalist and a good talk show host,
Right.
I have to base it on facts and the evidence. And in some cases where necessary, data. And so it was about research, research, and research.
Yes.
You can't go wrong.
That is so inspiring. That is so inspiring. Mr. Twagiramungu, as a politician, you have been in the media and you have spoken to so many journalists. What is it about Shaka that made him become your friend on top of being another journalist? Because there are other journalists that you have met, but you've never stayed friends, you've never stayed close. What was so special about Shaka that he had to stay close?
Well, Shaka is a very simple man, in first place. He can talk to anyone who really comes to ask either a kind of an advice or to simply to have a chat with him. So a simple man like him, who is clever also, could be your advisor. For me, Shaka, anytime I was with him, I could learn from him. Particularly, he knew people from Uganda who were refugees there, like Kagame, as he said. He could advise us, how do we treat these guys? We did not know them, but he did know, you know. So he was very attractive for being our neighbor, and for also being for a right man. He cannot tell lies, you know. These Kagames is talking about, they are liars, you know. I think most of us, we have, you know, fallen in their kind of stories which were not correct. Notably, Bizimungu, where is he now? You know, many people believed in what the Nkotanyi told them.
You're talking about former President Pasteur
Yes,
Bizimungu.
former president, you know.
I
They
feel
all
sorry for
suffered
him.
about this kind of Kinyarwanda philosophy of being intelligent, you know, to be intelligent, to know to manipulate by telling lies. So that's what happened in what kind of exercise, politically speaking, we were in. Take the case of Sendashon. Who could have been better advisor to Nkotanyi than Sendashon? He was a clever man, and he never supported the regime in Rwanda. I talked to the gentleman. When they had the election, was it in 65? Sendashonga was only 19 years old. He refused to go to vote. And you know, he left the University of Butare with his wife. They were clever. They first went to commune to have their certificate of marriage before they fled the country to come here to Belgium. You know, so they finished their schooling here, university.
It's very interesting.
Madame Sendashonga has got his PhD in chemistry. Sendashonga has got his master in economy. You know, Sendashonga was a kind of personality I haven't frankly met before. No. The man was clear. He's the one who made the political program for RPF, if you don't know that.
Yeah, he used to work for the United Nations, Nairobi.
Yes, but how he has been treated while we were in government is just incredible.
But what about President Pasteur Bizimungu? I will tell you one incident. Once he called me in the office, I wasn't there, and he left a message that he would be planning to come to the United States to take his kid to college, and he would be interested in having an opportunity to be hosted on Straight Talk Africa. I called him back. When I called him back, I said, hosting you on Straight Talk Africa would be an honor. There's no problem with that. But are you sure you are going to get an exit visa? And this is the president. You know, the next thing I realized was his telephone lines were disabled.
Ah.
And when I went to Rwanda in 1999 at the invitation of then Vice President Paul Kagame and Minister of Defense, I was able to interview the Vice President, and I had also put in a request to interview the President. It wasn't until the following day, just before we were to board a flight for Nairobi, that Mr. Karegeya took me to President Pasteur Bizimungu. And when we arrived, he told me, how could you possibly do this to me, Ndugu Shaka? They only told me last night that you would be coming in the morning to interview me.
Oh.
I would have liked to have some time with you to exchange some social amenities and what have you and stuff like that. I said, Mr. President, it was not my fault. I could not get you direct. Something happened to your phones. And at the same time, I had made it very clear to them that I had to interview you. But they told me it would have to be in the morning. And when I interviewed him, my first question was that I asked a question about how is reconciliation, for example, between the Tutsi and Hutu? He almost didn't know how to answer it. And then I said, your friend, Seth Sadashonga, says that contrary to what you probably say that you are, President Pasteur Bizimungu, that in his view, in his words, not mine, you are probably a political hostage. Honestly. I mean, he tried to go this way, that way, and it was very unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed.
It is very sad that he found himself in that kind of situation.
Yes. Mr. Sendashonga and myself decided to resign simply because of that, you know. Mr. Sendashonga, there is certain cases I cannot tell you about Mr. Sendashonga, how he suffered.
You said you resigned, but Kagame said he fired you.
No, jamais. No, jamais. What they did, we had a meeting at home, at my house. We were 7 of us. Sendashonga and the other 5 guys. I don't want to mention their name, but I can probably mention Mr. Who was the Prime Minister. The name is what's the name for General? Attends, just a moment. Rwigema. You know a gentleman called Rwigema?
Yes.
So we finished our meeting at my own home, deciding. 6 of us have decided. The other gentleman did not say that we were going to resign in the morning. Then it was around about midnight. We finished midnight. So Rwigema and 2 gentlemen, a gentleman who was working in the Ministry for Travaux Publics, public works something. They went to Mr. Bizimungu and said, oh, Mr. Faustin Twagiramungu has organized a meeting at his house and he advised us to resign, you know. So in the morning, somebody come to tell me they are going to invite, I mean, not to invite, they are going to organize the parliament in such a way they sack you in the afternoon. So we decided to write our letters. Myself and Citizen Lashonga, we designed officially, you know. So this was a case. Mr. Kagame was very embarrassed. He was telling each and everybody that we were sacked. No, you can't sack us like that. We tried to do whatever we can to work with them, but we could not. Sendashonga did whatever he could to be a gentleman with Mr. Kagame and Mr. Bizimungu, because both of them, they could not hear his advices. Because Sendashonga was pretended to be the president indeed, but Kagame refused. So since Kagame refused, they were in a kind of a conflict. That's why Mr. Sendashonga also decided to resign.
Right.
So we could not have sacked Sendashonga. Sendashonga was a clever man. He had a program, a political program, and he has, organized many contacts to make sure that Kagame and the others are in a position to be accepted in Rwanda. I don't know how to express this, but he did a lot of job.
I know what happened to Alexei Rizinde. What happened to Alexei Kanyarengwe?
Kanyarengwe died like a poor man in his own house in Kigali. They even refused him to go to hospital in Brussels.
That's what I heard.
He died in his house.
The chairman of the RPF.
Yes. Mr. Bizimungu now he cannot get out. He can't go anywhere.
Mr. Kanyarengwe and Mr. Bizimungu, they were basically people that had titles and positions, pomp and pageantry, but with no authority.
Well, who had this? The only person who had authority in that government was Kagame.
Paul Kagame.
The only one. Bizimungu had no authority. Twagiramungu has no authority.
You could actually gauge that even at their offices at Urugwiro. If you went to Urugwiro and you went to Kagame's office, you would clearly see who is boss.
Well, I haven't been in their offices, no. I used to meet them in the government meetings, but I never been in their offices. I knew that the president was quite in a difficult situation because he could not make any decision. So my nature would not allow me to continue 2 years with these guys. 14 months was just okay. You know, you are prime minister, you can decide. I once had a meeting with a government meeting. When we took our decisions have not been accepted, neither by Kagame nor Mr. Bizimungu. So they said, no, the meeting, what you have decided is it's simply useless. It was a meeting of the government, not of Twagiramungu. But because I got that opportunity, the first one I got for one meeting for 14 months, being prime minister. Are you prime minister to simply assist the president and the vice president, or you are prime minister to lead the country and take decisions?
You had the rank and the position, and as far as people were concerned, the perception was you were prime minister.
Oh, really? No. I think it was a decision I have taken was an excellent decision in my life. I don't have to beg to be someone.
Did you have a budget
to be someone?
Pardon me? Did you have a budget, by the way? Was there a budget for the prime minister?
No, when I left, I had no budget. What I used to get is some kind of my salary was $150 a month.
100?
Yes.
$150 a month.
Then after the war, immediately after the war, we had $100.
And you had no budget? No budget?
I had no budget. Particular budget I had.
So how did you
special
function?
budget for the prime minister. Well, you got your salary, and they send some beers to your house, and you stop there.
Interesting.
And for me, because it was just after the war, it was understandable that we try to get money from our own pockets or to get money from friends. But beyond that, I think after we had left the government, they organized themselves. And in particular, when Mr. Kagame took power of being president in 2000. So they tried to make a budget clearly for the president. We don't have a vice president who is Kagame. And the prime minister, of course, for today, I think like the prime minister today is really suffering. It's like a planton. C'est quoi ça, planton in English?
A servant.
Is it possible that at
Yes.
the time you were prime minister, that President Pasteur Bizimungu himself probably did not in fact have a budget?
Oh. Well, with Mungo, I don't know, he has been president in letter probably, but in action, no. You know, he has also been suffering, you know. He tried to create his own political party. What do you mean? It simply means even the past was not in his own character. So we were kind of beggars for power.
I remember
I'm not used to be a beggar.
I remember one of his supporters told me that President Pasteur Bizimungu had suggested a name to be ambassador, Rwandan ambassador somewhere.
Oh, no, Shami.
And it was vetoed by the vice president.
To be ambassador when you have been president of a country?
No. He was suggesting a name.
Of somebody?
To appoint somebody as an ambassador.
Oh, no. He could not appoint anyone without the authorization of.
But his vice president vetoed.
Oh, yes. Of course, yes. That is not extraordinary. It was the power was not in the hands of the president.
So why didn't he resign? Why did he pretend to be president for that long?
I don't know. Well, they were two of them. The vice prime minister is Mr. Kanyarengwe. And he was vice president, and he was minister of
was it
public administration.
Affairs? Yeah, and he was chairman of RPF.
And he was the chairman of RPF. He never talked in the government meeting, never. No. He was a forgotten man for the whole years, 2 years, I think he was there. Bizimungu did not believe he was the president. I remember once we were in a meeting, and then Kagame was still outside. When he entered, of course, we have to stand up. He too stood up, like, and then he sat down because he remembered he was the president. He had no. It's the situation we have been living in was a very difficult one. You pretend to be a minister, you can take a decision, the decision is taken by one man. Or if you take a decision, while they were absent, two of them, the decision are simply look at it as if it was something to be changed. All decisions have been changed. In the meeting, I used to, twice. The decision taken by the government were refused either by the president or by president and Mr. Kagame, the vice president. So what will you do if you really can't make a decision? You are prime minister. What kind of prime minister you are, really? We have even stayed there longer. We could have resigned probably 3 months after. So me, he did not suffer as much as Bizimungu. No. Because I decided to resign, and Kagame asked me to come back from Belgium. I refused. You remember some people wonder, I mean, in Rwanda, they remember that Kagame said that I was so poor. At the time of coming to be prime minister, I have no... Do you understand that?
Yes, of course. You
That
have
he
no jacket.
suit.
He lent
Can
you
you
a jacket.
imagine, that kind of stories, and working with Kagame is not quite easy, really. And I admire Mr. Bizimungu, who stayed more than 5 years, I think.
That doesn't sound like working with him, Mr. Prime Minister. It sounds like working for him.
Yeah.
Yes, working for him, yes. That is the exact word of making things correct, yes.
Well, in the words of Shaka, time is not our best ally. So we have Joseph Slavic who wants to say something to Shaka because he has to go. Thank you so much, Mr. Twagiramungu. We will bring you back in the show if you're still around. Let's bring in Joseph Slavic so he can say a few words about Shaka because he has to go. Can you allow us to do that, Mr. Twagiramungu?
Well, of course, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Joseph Slavic Soto, welcome to the show.
A pleasure, a pleasure.
Thank you so much for being here. You have worked with Shaka. He loves you. You love him. What can you tell us about Shaka and your relationship with him?
As we say, he is my brother from another mother. So it's a pleasure to be on and to pay kudos to the one and only Larry King of Africa, Shaka SSALI, as we say.
Absolutely. How did you guys come to know each other? And what is like one of your most memorable, not embarrassing moments?
Wow, that's a good one. Well, I worked at the White House under the first president, under first President Herbert Walker Bush. And I used to get to know people at Voice of America. And later in life, I was doing work on Africa. And I got to meet this rather debonair, handsome, rather sharp Richard Roundtree fella by the name of Ndugu Shaka SSALI. And the minute we met, it was like an automatic connection. We bonded quickly, and his honesty and his knowledge of Africa was just, none like it. And his message was pure. It was very refreshing, and you didn't meet very many people who spoke openly and candidly about Africa.
Wow.
So that's how we met. I'm thinking, I've run into Shaka everywhere. In Kenya, he's traveled. We've run into each other in Kenya. Obviously, I've traveled with him to Uganda. We've met in London. We've been even in Prague.
We were
invited by the Czech government, and Shaka was hosting a large symposium that was hosted by the Czech Foreign Ministry, and it was quite substantial. It was in a kind of beautiful castle, and Shaka was the MC that day, hosting the Czech foreign minister, various dignitaries. So I've seen him in action behind the camera and in front of the camera. And I'll tell you that if you like what you see on camera, you can only imagine how good it is off camera. He's even more genuine, more real. As I've said in the past, you could be a president, you could be a waiter, a taxi cab driver. Shaka treats everybody the same. And that's really what makes him unique and refreshing, that what you see is what you get.
Wow, that is so beautiful, so inspiring. So, and it's also inspiring to young people to hear that just because you become successful and you meet all these important people doesn't have to make you have a big, big head, big ego, right?
Listen, I have walked in the streets of Nairobi with Shaka, and he stops to hear everybody's story. It could be a petty story, he'll sit and listen to that story as if he were listening to some VIP. And like I said, he's a truly genuine person who's I think the reason Shaka is so likable is that he's kind, he's considerate, and very, very humble. You don't find very many people who has. The only person I know who's probably as humble as Shaka, and Shaka knows him, is the soccer star Pele, who I've traveled with, who would say hi. And Shaka reminds me of Pele. Kind, maybe it's a generational thing today. Unfortunately, a lot of celebrities have enormous egos, but Shaka is, like I said, so accommodating. Taxi drivers, restaurant people. I mean, he treats everyone with like total respect. So for me, like I said, there's no greater gift that Shaka can give than, like I said, he's just so kind and accommodating.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Joseph. I know you have to go. We appreciate
I've got to run to catch a flight, so I'm going to run to the airport. But I just wanted to tell you that Shaka is when they made Shaka, they broke the mold. There's no other one like him. So it's been a privilege and an honor to have been in his presence. Like I said, behind the camera and in front of the camera, it's been real. It's a real inspiring experience. So for me, I'm very grateful that our lives intersected.
Absolutely. Have a great flight, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, and fantastic show. Keep up the good work.
See you guys. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So that was Joe. We wish him so well. We wish him a great flight. We're going to bring in right away Paul Cisco. You worked with Paul Cisco, and he wants to say something as well. Paul Cisco, welcome to the show. Looking great.
Thank you so much. You hang around Shaka, you learn to dress appropriately.
Oh, yeah.
always dress to the T. And Joe really said everything I could have possibly thought to say. But yeah, I had the great privilege of being Shaka's producer for about 10 years. And we are indeed brothers. He's my older brother by a month, I think, or maybe it's the other way around. And really, Joe couldn't have said anything truer than Shaka is Shaka, no matter where, when, what, or who Shaka is with. And what you see is the real man. And I love him. And you spelled my name with a C. You're supposed to spell it with an S.
Oh, true. Wow. So we usually hear your voice on Straight Talk Africa. We usually hear your voice and we don't see you.
Yeah.
How is it being on camera today?
Oh, I love being on camera. I'm a little bit nervous. It's a different deal. But I like being on camera as long as I have something valuable to say.
Absolutely. So what is like a great life lesson that you have learned from Shaka?
I've been thinking about this question for a while, and I'm remembering something that Shaka used to always say that I believe in my heart, and that's that all of life is action and passion. And now I can't say it as well as him, but to live without actualizing both action and passion is to risk never having lived at all. And sit on that, audience, because that means a lot to me, and it will mean a lot to you.
Absolutely. Passion, action. And I think those are the two things that Shaka has. He has passion for facts, research, the truth. And then he has passion to give voice to the voiceless.
Right. Both of the previous guests have talked about teaching. Shaka teaches with every breath. And it's not going to stop doing it because he may be retired, but he's not tired.
I like that.
I stole it from a friend of mine.
Retired, but not tired.
Tired.
That is beautiful.
Never. Until we go 6 feet deep.
Absolutely. And even then, you will be inspiring so many because your work will just keep speaking and speaking for itself.
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So where do you see, like, what would you wish Shaka does next?
Well, of course, I want to wish him good health. He has been phenomenally healthy his whole life. And when you get our age, that's a concern. And, you know, every time I bring this subject up with Shaka or make my little suggestions, he comes out in about 6 or 7 words that says everything more accurately. Shaka is going to go about his life doing what he's always done, trying to tell the truth, find the truth, and share it with as many, particularly young people, as he can. And he is just a wealth of knowledge, firsthand knowledge, certainly about Africa, but about being a human being as well. Really.
Absolutely, absolutely. So are you still at VOA, or are you planning to run off with Shaka and chill by some exotic island?
I retired 2 years ago. It became clear to me that the Trump administration was not going to make use of our services, the 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, multi-language broadcast operation that he had. And I thought I could do more somewhere else, you know, in other ways.
So where can we find you these days?
Oh, probably with Shaka.
Yes.
You know, no doubt we will be close together and working on various projects, I hope, and trying to live life as fully as I can.
Absolutely. We have 2 beautiful pictures that I think were taken by you. Is this you who took this beautiful picture?
Yeah, Shaka's never seen this one, but this is when we went with our sister, the princess, she took us to the FDR Memorial. Shaka, do you remember that?
Yes, I did indeed, of course.
Yeah. And a couple of the pictures came out really wonderfully.
Yeah, this is such a beautiful picture.
It was a great experience for all of us.
And then there's also this one that we have, and I really particularly love the words there. You know, we must scrupulously guard the civil rights and civil liberties of all citizens, whatever their background. We must remember that any oppression, any injustice, any hatred is wedge designed to what our civilization? Something our civilization. To attack our civilization. I love this.
Yeah, you would think this would be something coming from Martin Luther King, who is another hero of both of ours, but this was from Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Any particular reason why you guys had chosen this particular outing that day?
It's convenient to where we were at the Voice of America. It was a beautiful evening, and I don't know, I wasn't in charge. I was just going along for the ride.
I see. Well, Paul Cisco, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the great words that you've said about Shaka. If you have anything else to add, you can have 1 minute. Otherwise, we're going to bring in right away a video of Zoe, the producer, the other producer who worked with Shaka, who couldn't be here today.
Well, I'll just steal a little bit of his thunder and let everybody know that he'll be out there keeping the African hopes alive, no matter what.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Paul Cisco, for being here.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. All right, let's see a message from your dictator. You know how you always say that time is not our best ally,
Yes, indeed.
and you have a dictator in the office. So
Right.
let's listen to the dictator sent in a video, and this is so beautiful. Let's listen to Zoe, who worked with Shaka, speak on Shaka.
Thank you for inviting me to be on your show to celebrate Shaka's career because there is a lot to celebrate here. I have worked extensively with Shaka on air and on social, but you might remember Shaka referring to me in the process of the show. He would always say, "There is no democracy in Studio 47." And he would refer to the producer as the dictator. Well, that's me. And the truth is, I enjoyed being Shaka's dictator. One of the things I really enjoyed is the phone calls and the phone conversations, a lot of times endless, that would go on about trying to organize the guests for the next show and trying to figure all those details. And in the process of that, I learned a lot about African politics, and we would discuss extensively what's going on in the world. So I miss those phone calls. But let me tell you, I didn't set out to be Shaka's producer. When I moved to the African division, which was in 2014, I didn't know who Shaka was. Everybody else did, and everybody else treated him with such respect. And Shaka at the time was a very sort of enigmatic, soft-spoken figure for me. I had spent like over a decade broadcasting to Greece. So Shaka and I were a very unlikely combination. But he intrigued me. So what I started doing, I started looking at his social media footprint, the social media footprint of the show, and I started reading what his audience said. So I first met Shaka through his audience, and over the years we became friends. And coming from a country like Greece with constant political upheaval at the time, it was at the beginning and middle of the crisis. So our quest for socioeconomic justice became a common thread, and it really resonated with me. Now, one of the fondest memories I have with Shaka is what most people might describe as a misunderstanding or even a disaster. We were moving the show to a new studio, new graphics, new everything. And when you do that, it's a big deal. That was before the pandemic. It involves a lot of people. And in a short time, you need to light the host, you need to figure out the camera angles, you need to do all these things. So Shaka walks in, we seat him at the right of his new anchor desk, and the director starts trying to figure the camera angles. The lighting person is lighting Shaka. So after an hour and a half, we think we got everything right. So at that point, Shaka looks in the camera and says, I don't want to sit here. I need to move to the other side because this doesn't feel right. There was a dead silence in the control room. At some point, I heard somebody moan, "Oh no!" One of the other producers at the time almost had a heart attack. But I was entertained because to me, that is Shaka. He follows what he feels is right and doesn't really care about the other details. If something doesn't feel right, you shouldn't keep on doing it. And that's what I like about him. He has a kind of single-minded boldness and persistence. I mean, often in life and at work, it's easy to lose sight of your goals. I mean, we all know the motto, focus, be persistent, and block out the noise. We all sort of know that. But Shaka is the embodiment of this approach. So I hope in the years to come that he will continue living his life with the same boldness and persistence. And I hope that he'll call me to analyze the news of the day. Thank you for having me on the show.
Zoe, thank you so much to Zoe for that.
The kid from Greece.
the kid from Greece, is on traveling right now. So let's bring in right away Claude Gatebuke, one of your guests on VOA Straight Talk Africa. And he has been so amazing every time I've seen him. I think I may have discovered Claude by watching your show, actually, back in the day.
Really? Interesting.
Back in the days, I think I may have seen him on VOA. We're like, who is this guy? Let's bring him in. Claude Gatebuke, you're looking good.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. Great to
Claude
see you.
Gatebuke, I want to thank you so much. This tribute, you're part of this tribute. This tribute was an idea of Claude Gatebuke, and he is so he's such a great activist, and he's such a great person. And he has been on Straight Talk Africa a few times. I would like to know how it all started and how he came to know Shaka.
Good question. Good question. First of all, I am very honored. Shaka, I keep butchering this when I try to say it. Deeply humbled and exceedingly honored. I think I have it reversed.
Profoundly honored and exceedingly humbled.
Profoundly honored and exceedingly humbled.
Yes,
to be
sir.
part of this tribute, and thank you for gracing us with your
You're
presence.
most welcome.
And then I also want to start with, as Zoe always says, you know, when I come to the studio, she wants to know who has the most glamorous shirt. I think your shirt game is on point.
Thank you.
I love that, Kente Claude. It started, the very first time I met Shaka was it was in 2010, and someone introduced me to him, and then we talked, and he told me his story about him being a soldier and eventually becoming a journalist. I was like, how did Shaka ever make it as a soldier? Because I never, could see somebody so independent and so free being a soldier. And knowing the military, how it's so, stringent and controlling and everything, it was like, I don't get it. But I had watched Shaka for almost 10 years before that. I was a big fan. So I like to tell the story of how I was a big fan of Shaka, but I was a groupie for one of his colleagues, Ndinyake Mwakanili, who was on Africa 54, and I think it was In Focus before that. So every single day I would watch In Focus to watch Ndinyake in action. And every Wednesday I would check out Shaka. And the thing that I learned, it was a great honor to actually meet Shaka, because you could tell, and I'm borrowing this from our good friend Freeman BIKORA, who says, Freeman BIKORA says, Shaka, when you watch him, he has Africa's best interest at heart. And that's what I thought of Shaka. So it was a great honor to meet him. I didn't actually make it on a show until 2 years later, in 2012, when I went on there to talk about the invasion of the Congo by the Rwandan soldiers disguised as the M23. And, you've talked earlier about Paul Kagame and his advisor, General James Kabarebe, and two other generals, General Charles Kayonga and General Jack Nziza, were leading this gruesome invasion, and some gruesome stories were coming out of the Congo at the time. And, Shaka invited me to the show, and I guess, as they say, it's been almost 10 years. The rest is history. I've been on the show every year since that time for either issues in the Great Lakes region of Africa, or something to do with the continent, or something to do with the continent and the diaspora. So it's something, very Pan-African views and very Pan-African oriented programs. And it was always interesting to be on his show, because I've always thought that, in order to succeed, and I'm seeing Paul Cisco's comment, This is it's true. Paul Cisco was definitely one of the very first people that I met, and in his reporting, and he gave me some tips and feedback also after each one of the shows. So I really appreciate you, Paul, and Zoe, and Paul Ndiho. So now, as we continue to have these conversations, one of the things that I've always believed is, in order to succeed, you succeed before you actually perform. Preparation is success, and always be prepared. But I didn't realize that you could prepare more than I actually prepare. And so I went to the studio, and Shaka prepared literally all the way to the very second of the start of the show. And so that was one of the things that I learned from him. The other thing that's been already mentioned is how humble he was. You know, Shaka is well known around the continent and around the world. If Shaka goes in a place in the market, there's going to be a crowd. It's going to become a festival, you know. And as they say in Kinyarwanda, "Byari inama bibaye isoko." If he shows up someplace, if there is a meeting, it turns into a market, because but for somebody that is that well connected, well known, somebody that's met people that I admire, people like Kenneth Kaunda, rest his soul, and for somebody that's actually, I've never met him myself, but I know a few people that have, but I don't know anybody that he's ever played the piano for, but he's played it for one of the great Pan-African presidents on the African continent, Kenneth Kaunda, played the piano for Shaka SSALI, and there is the picture of Dr. KK. So anyway, I just thought Shaka was very humble, and he's very humble, but he's also very generous. As he says, we have to redo this tribute over some nyama choma in Washington, D.C. sometime very soon. This time, we don't want Shaka to pick up the tab.
Okay. Let me say something about that. About Shaka. Shaka is such a great man, and he's so humble and he's so generous. I bet with him on something, and then maybe he'll tell you later on what it was. But I bet with him on something, and he won the bet. You know what I mean? And then he refused for me to pay him. He refused for me to pay him. And I thought to myself, I was like, Shaka is so great, because if it was me who had won the bet, I would be singing and dancing everywhere, and I would have told me to pay me the next day.
Oh, you're gonna pay. Don't worry, you're gonna pay when we go to have this tribute in DC.
You want the Miyake.
Yes, for sure. All right. So anyway, that's how I met Shaka, and then how our relationship has developed. And now, of course, I've met the rest of his family. Paul, his brother, Paul Cisco, and Joe, who was on just a little bit earlier. Some of his favorite sons, Paul Ndiho, and his son Heza. I've gotten to meet his son, and I'm part of the family, and I really appreciate you, Shaka. Not only giving us a voice, because the issues that we talk about are things that so many in the status quo would like to keep suppressed, and you give a voice, where you give a microphone and you give power where there normally wouldn't be that kind of power, and I really appreciate it, and I know that the people really appreciate it. And as you can see, the continent of Africa celebrates you every week, and when you're down there, I know you can't sleep. So
that's not mutual double Claude. Gatebuke.
Absolutely, that's so beautiful. Okay, Claude. Now, what is this?
That's the very first show.
I got you, Claude. I got you.
Yeah, that's the very first show. I think this was what was it, Studio 54, and that's Shaka and
Mariama Diallo.
Yes, Mariama Diallo, who used to do the social media reporting, and this was my very first show on Straight Talk Africa, so I was still a rookie.
This was before Shaka taught you how to dress, eh?
Oh, you know, my dress game was on, but definitely not this time. But I really appreciate it. And the other thing is, there's been times when I've been on Shaka's show and I've, maybe done some things out of order and made him so mad I thought he would not have me back. And then he goes, and then after that he'll say, "Let's do it again." At the end of the show, and I'll think, is this the same thing? But is this the same person? But yes, and the other thing that I really love about Shaka is Shaka cannot stand dictators. It's very evident. Shaka does not want Africa to be ruled by dictators. And the biggest evidence that I've seen, Shaka's met so many presidents. Shaka went to Uganda to
moderate
a debate of the presidential candidates, and Museveni, the dictator in Uganda, refused for Shaka to ask him questions because he knew that Shaka was gonna zing him like he does any guest that shows up unprepared on his show. So Shaka challenges these dictators, and I do want to. There's a question that's been asked that I want to relay, since Shaka, you're so connected in the region and with so many people. You talked about your connection with Paul Kagame. By the way, you've done something that I really one day will get to do, but most likely in court, to tell Kagame what you really think of him to his face, and I really appreciate that. But you were connected with the RPF. There are people wondering, what are your thoughts around? We know your thoughts around Museveni. What are your thoughts around your former comrade, Fred Rwigema? And then I will just go ahead and leave my spot to others to contribute, because I know there's so many others that are also waiting to participate.
Ndugu Claude, unfortunately, I never actually had an opportunity to meet or even know or exchange some social amenities with Fred Rwigema. I did not know Fred. I have only heard about him.
Got it.
So that's all I can say about him, really.
Thank you.
I have only known his wife, Jeanette.
I appreciate that.
According to what you've heard about him, is he the hero that people say he's the hero, or is there another image of him? Because a lot of people see him as the hero, and he was the first one to lead the RPF back into Rwanda. Back then, they had a genuine cause, which was the return of the refugees, Rwandan refugees from Uganda who were living in horrible conditions in Uganda. So he was seen as a hero and as someone who tried to liberate them. And he was also seen as a hero because he fought with Museveni and took over Uganda. So according to the things that you heard, is he that hero, that great man, or did you ever hear anything else?
To be honest with you, again, the only thing I can say about him is what I have heard. And most of the people that talk about him, associating him with being a hero and what have you, are those who knew him, especially when he was in Uganda, in the National Resistance movement, headed by Yoweri Museveni. And I think from talking to some of the very close aides and some relatives of Yoweri Museveni, he probably is very liked because he was a very simple person. Again, these are the words, not mine, and very malleable, very easy to get along with. So as to his true, really, stature or character or personality, that we may never know. It's like you hear a lot of stories about the Congolese hero, Patrice Emery Lumumba. You hear great things about Mr. Lumumba, but we really don't know what kind of person he would have ended up becoming if he had not been assassinated that early.
Absolutely.
But it seems to me, from what I have heard, on balance, these people think he would probably be a much better person to interact with than the current Rwandan president.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that, even though he didn't have enough chance to prove that. But even in terms of character, Fred Rwigema was so loved by so many people in Uganda, unlike the current president, Kagame, who had been nicknamed Pilato for being ruthless and so cruel. You know, so these people evolved at the same time, but you could see how one is Pilato and the other one is, you know, I don't know, Jesus, maybe, I don't know.
Interesting.
Louise, before you kick me out, I just want to hear Shaka, you know, call out what his nickname for you is.
I beg your pardon?
What is her nickname? What is Louise's nickname?
Bizu, Bizu. and by the way, she's the one who taught me about that. So she is, in fact, the original author, the authentic author. That name is Bizu. That Bizu Bizu is Louise Uwacu. And as for Kagame and you know, Rwigema, I think that the Rwigema, from what I hear, was an extrovert. Whereas, you know, Major General Paul Kagame, retired but not tired, in my view, at least seems to be an introvert. Other than when he strikes.
Absolutely right. All right, so let's send Claude back to backstage for a bit and bring in one of your very, very, very good friends, someone that you knew since back then, Professor Alpern in the house.
A genius.
Well, no. just old these days.
You're a genius to me.
Well, listen, it's been really interesting hearing all of this contemporary talk, because of course you and I go back to the 1980s.
Yes.
And I suppose what I should do is before I sort of retrace that history, let me just tell you that there are two connections that come out of the conversation you've been having. One of which you know, one of which you don't know. The one you do know is that when you first came to UCLA and we started to get to know each other, I told you that I had been one of Museveni's teachers at the University of Dar es Salaam.
Correct.
I taught Museveni when, I guess, in second year history of East Africa.
You alongside Walter Rodney.
Well, Walter and I were best friends from graduate school. We'd gone we got our PhDs at the University of London together, and then both went out to Dar es Salaam at the same time. What was then actually not the University of Dar es Salaam, but the University College. Because there was a
University of East
Africa. The old sort of the transition from colonial days to independence. It was still the University of East Africa with constituent parts in Kampala, Nairobi, and Dar. And then everybody decided they had to have their own airlines and their own universities, and, you know. But the one, so that's one you knew about. One you don't know about is that I met KK. I met Kenneth Kaunda when I was an undergraduate at Harvard. Probably, I think, in 1961. Kaunda had been imprisoned in 1960.
Yes.
And in 1961, I believe he went to meet with Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King in Atlanta. And it must have been during that trip that he came up to Harvard. My advisor, Robert Rothberg, then had done had done his own research on nationalism in what was then Nyasaland and Northern Rhodesia. And Kaunda came with Sir Stuart Gore Brown, who was he'd been a soldier and then a settler, and he became one of the first whites to join UNIT, the United Kaunda's party, and stood for Parliament. So I met them. We met them in one of the Harvard houses and sort of, had a coffee and things like that. And then subsequently, I met Kaunda again when he was a presidential fellow of the African Studies Association at the ASA annual meeting in Boston, which must have been 2012 or 13. I don't know the exact date. So there's an interesting connection that I mean, yours was much more intimate than mine, obviously, but it was nice to see that. And one of the privileges, of course, of being kind of almost a first generation, Euro-American Africanist is at that time is that one got to meet a lot of people who were in power. Unfortunately, some of them have not learned how to get out of power, like Museveni. But anyway, that's background. But the interesting thing to me is that you came to UCLA, admitted into our PhD program in African history. And from the very beginning, our conversations were about what your plans were. And you made it very clear to me that you really had no intention of being a professional historian. And what I said was, you said, I mean, you'd already been a print journalist. You'd been working, you left the army and you'd been in Nairobi. And I remember you were telling me too that you had an uncle who was a chemistry professor, I think, at Dar es Salaam at that point.
Physics,
okay.
Yeah, he was a graduate of MIT.
A STEM professor, okay. Yeah. And so I knew you had there was an academic side to your family, but you made it clear that your plans were, I mean, you didn't know exactly what your trajectory was going to be, but that your plans were sort of not academic.
No.
And then we talked about what your project would be, and nobody has mentioned it here, so I will let people know that your PhD dissertation, which you completed in 1988, is called "The Development and Role of an African Film Industry in East Africa, with special reference to Tanzania, 1922 to 1984." And that came out of our conversations, like the one you had earlier this afternoon, about watching cinema as a young man. I remember, in fact, something you didn't mention this time. You said they would come and they would put a sheet up, drop the sheet, and they would project the films onto the sheet. And so I knew that you were passionate about film and that's what you wanted to study. But that, as I said, you didn't want to be a professional historian. And I said, that's fine, but you still have to do a dissertation like a professional historian. And you agreed to do that. And so you did a very fine job. You did your research. You went out to Tanzania. You did archival work. And I think, and I know from our subsequent conversations, that having a PhD became part of your calling card that got you into VOA as sort of a, it was something that most journalists, especially doing the work you were doing, didn't have. And so anyway, so we had lots of conversations, and of course, for the rest of the audience, you and I, we kept in touch over the years. And I guess the last time we saw each other physically was in Washington with Greg Pirio.
We had dinner with you.
Right.
But before I did the Tanzania part, remember I had actually started doing work on apartheid and cinema in South Africa, and you connected me to a Professor Charles Van Onselen, who you had met during your graduate studies in London. He was at Oxford, and he had written one of his classic books, Chibaro.
Right.
And in fact, he had welcomed the idea. He had helped me to secure, for example, the information I needed to get a visa at the time of apartheid South Africa. And he had actually been willing to host me as a research associate at Witwatersrand University.
God, I forgot that altogether, right? Yeah.
Yes. And I was looking forward with a sense of adventure that I would go to Dar es Salaam and get on the Tanzam Railway and go up to Kapirimposhi in Zambia, and then get some buses up to Johannesburg and make some temporary home at Soweto. But then, of course, eventually, I could not get a fellowship because at the time, the international community had basically adopted some kind of intellectual boycott, really,
right,
on anything to do with South Africa and
right,
artists and stuff like that.
Exactly.
That's when you suggested to me whether I could look at Tanzania, because Tanzania had a lot of those types of things that reflected their relationship with earlier South Africa. And so I ended up you actually helped me to get access to the Ford Foundation research.
Right,
and
right.
Then I ended up in London and Dar es Salaam.
Now it's interesting that you mentioned, I mean, in fact, I don't believe I actually personally knew Van Onselen. We knew each other. And one of the interesting things is that academia works like journalism.
Like journalists, yes.
Networks. And so we both, we knew who each other was.
Yes.
I don't remember that, but it's not surprising that you remember those details better. since though you are certainly unique, you were one of 60 some PhDs that I supervised. I don't
right.
Of everything I did, but one of the great pleasures of teaching, and it's been interesting that people refer to you quite rightly as a teacher and somebody who's had that influence. As a teacher, as you know, one of the things that you try to do is to connect people, to open doors for people, to make the way so that people can do what they want to do. And I think that's the key thing, is to helping people to realize their own ambitions, their own dreams of what they would want to do, rather than sort of fit them into some kind of a slot that you may think is a good topic.
And you remember my other leverage was I was basically almost full-time in a film school.
Right.
Under Professor Teshome Gabriel.
Teshome Gabriel, who was a great man and a great friend. And
yes, and unfortunately, he passed away. Yes.
Yeah, no, it was a very good conjunction, because there were not that many people studying African film at that time.
No.
Teshome was really the pioneer.
Exactly.
Teshome, for those who don't know him, was an Ethiopian who had come to UCLA, done his own work, and then pioneered the whole notion of third world cinema.
Yes.
Wow, that is amazing.
Yeah.
So Professor Alpers, when you first met Shaka at UCLA, did you think this man is going to go far, or did you think I have a lot of work to do with this man?
I probably thought I have a lot of work to do with this. But I'll tell you something else that's actually quite funny. Here I am just wearing a T-shirt, and I thought when we were here before, I thought, oh, I should have run up and gotten a dashiki. Where I live now, I live in rural Northern California, and there's not much call for African wear. But probably my guess is that when Shaka and I first met, first of all, he had not yet fully transitioned into using Shaka as his principal name.
No, I was Mike.
He was Mike.
Yeah.
And Mike dressed more like me now, and I dressed more like him. I wore dashikis all the time.
Yes.
I had this great array of Tanzanian and East African shirts, which I used to love to wear, and they're perfect for Los Angeles, of course. So
Mike was coming from the East Coast, and
coming from the East Coast,
he was in the suits.
Yeah, and
carrying briefcase.
I do remember that leather jacket you wore too.
Yes.
But you know, to Louise, to answer your question, yes, I mean, you know, some people are strike you right away as natural scholars, and in my case would be natural historians. And it was clear that that's not where Shaka's head was, or where his goals were. And so you know, I knew that it was going to take something to do, but he was obviously really smart. That wasn't the issue. Being intelligent is not the same as being a good historian.
Right.
And so it's that molding. And then, and of course, over the course of teaching someone, in the way PhD programs are, he still had to take the basic MA. It's not a second MA, but the qualifying exam period.
Right.
It's a 2-year period where you're in seminars and you have to be able to specialize in your general field, which would be East Africa, and then general African history. And he had to do he did a field in film, and I don't even remember what the other one was. But the point is that you have to do a lot. So you get to see someone, and you get to see what their strengths are intellectually. You get to see what their writing skills are, which is obviously really important to be able to communicate, and then just how they get along with everybody else. And so over that period of time, then, there was no problem. And as I said, obviously, we were headed in one direction. This is another thing about even today, I think, working in certain areas. For example, in terms of the political difficulties, right now I'm doing work with a young Brazilian historian who's at Rice University, working on the late 19th century period of abolition of slavery in northern Mozambique, and one of the areas that I'm particularly interested in is the Cabo Delgado area. Cabo Delgado area happens to be a part of Mozambique I've never been to.
Which is in the news right now.
Would have wanted to go there, but right now, no, there's a major war going on.
Right.
In Cabo Delgado, and so anybody who wanted to do field work there, or would want to use the local archives at Ibo, which was the regional capital, they were destroyed 2 years ago in the cyclone. So there are things that come up. It's not like just going off to the National Archives in Washington or the British Library or the National Archives in Kew. Those are kind of safe repositories. It's doing the research depends a lot. I think a lot of Shaka's kind of facility to move around and through difficult areas in Africa as a journalist is just a sort of extreme version of what historians sometimes have to do on the ground as well.
Wow. So I think maybe Shaka wanted to be part of history, which he has become part of history, has become a legend part of history, instead of studying history.
and it's clear that he is well read, he does his research. I mean, what he knows is quite extraordinary in terms of contemporary and recent politics, and also the fact that you can pull Chibaro off the top of your head, which is a book that was written 50 years ago. It's impressive, not all of us can do that.
You talked about the comprehensives. I'm wondering, I remember you gave me 8 questions and I had to choose 2. Can you believe I spent the whole day answering those 2 questions? Questions that required original thinking.
Yeah, that's the way the system works, isn't it? It's either 2 or 3. I would have thought, if you'd asked me, I would have said 3, but because I think that's probably in the end. But yes, these are 8-hour exams.
8-hour exams, and then the second one, of course, which you have to access if you have the opportunity to pass the first one, 3 hours, where you have all the professors around the table, and each of them is asking you questions. And I remember you asking me some question, and I would answer, and then you would say, "I'm satisfied."
Right.
The next one.
Right away, if you know what you're talking
about. Very interesting. But why, I have asked you this question before, Ned, and even during the last time when you and Greg and I, had an exchange of social amenities. Why did you believe me? Why did you trust me?
That's a good question. You have a gut instinct about people. It's really important as as a graduate advisor, well, as any kind of a teacher, but where you're entering a long-term relationship with somebody, because to get a PhD is about the American Historical Association. I don't know what it is now, but it used to be 7 years average coming in from postgraduate.
Right.
Time you finish. So yours might have been 6 years. I don't remember what it was. But you're going to be working with someone on a long basis, and you have to know that you have to have a sense of their integrity. Obviously, their intelligence, their ability to write, their language, all those kinds of things are sort of technical. But you have to have a sense that somebody is willing to listen. You have to be willing to listen to them, and that you have to establish mutual bonds of trust. I mean, you have to trust me as much as I have to trust you.
Right. Because
my judgment is I'm the first one you have to get past. And so before I would ever let any of my students send out chapters to their members of their committee, I said, no, you can send them to other people to look at, but I don't want anybody in the committee to see anything until you've got a completed draft. And that means going through me and being edited. Shaka knows I'm a very close editor.
Right.
So very careful on grammar and language use and things like that, and footnote styles and all of that. And so I knew right away. I mean, it's all the kinds of things that others have said about Shaka's integrity, his honesty, clearly came across to me. I'm not sure at that time I would have necessarily thought of it that way, but I knew it to be the case. And I'll say that just to make it clearer, you sometimes have students who come to work in a program and start to talk to you, and you just don't feel right about their things. Either you don't click, because that sometimes is also true.
Right.
Personality, just personality. But sometimes you just think, well, this person's a nice person, but I don't really think they have it. Sometimes they don't have it intellectually, which may be right or wrong, but that's your judgment. But other times you just feel, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to work together. And so they find somebody who is. So we obviously had a good feeling about each other pretty early on.
No, we clicked.
Wow.
Still do.
Beautiful story. What can you say about this image?
Oh, right.
Oh, that is you.
Boy, there's an old picture.
Gorgeous picture. Can you see
that is a
smile?
picture of me.
I didn't know I would have
putting Shaka's PhD hood on, and the man behind him is David Chapman, who was the dean. I was then, well, he was the dean of life sciences, and what we did are things that you would come up and they would call your name, and he would hand me the hood, and then the chair of your committee got to hood you, and that's what I'm doing there. I'm the chair of the committee, and I am hooding him. So
this is such a beautiful moment.
You could see that we are both younger. You could see I don't even have a dark beard. And he's got a big smile on his face.
Oh, yes. I don't know where that came from.
That's 1988. Yeah, I mean, I had that picture, but they didn't get that one from me.
No, I think they probably got it from me.
Thank you so much for the picture, Shaka. That's such a beautiful picture. That's such a beautiful moment. How do you feel from that moment to today, everything that you have accomplished? And then to see that the person who was right there with you is still right here with you.
Well, I have to say that I feel profoundly honored and humbled, really. I have been lucky because along my journey, I was able to meet some of the most interesting, most challenging, but at the end of the day, most rewarding individuals that helped to shape me to become who you say now. He's a giant, even though he actually is a very simple cabaret kid.
Yeah, well, in the same way that I had my 80th birthday this last April.
Mm.
And I sometimes look in the mirror and think, so how did this happen?
Yes, and you don't look it. You don't look it, Ned.
I was being much younger, and
You look terrific.
and, I feel terrific.
Yeah, it was great.
I'm still
Both
active,
of you.
and I'm still active as a scholar,
Yeah.
and having a good time doing it. But this is really wonderful. It's wonderful to see your students who are, I think you don't want to get too paternalistic. They're not like your children, but people who really, work with you. And I was a very young PhD, so a lot of my older students, or a couple of them, were like a week,
Right.
exactly the same age as I was. But basically, to see them do well, and to see how they have become successful in whatever they do, because not all of them decided to stay in the academic world. Some of them have gone off in different directions, and you're a perfect example of that. And goodness knows, are more internationally recognized than really any of my graduate students.
I was just about to ask you that. I was just about to ask you, of all the people that you have schooled in that program, is there anybody who has become a bigger star than Shaka?
No question about it, because they're very different worlds, obviously. The academic world is its own little universe, and so there are a number of my former students who are quite distinguished and very well known. What's interesting too, and this maybe suits up, Shaka worked on an East African topic and is obviously an East African, so we have a lot in common in that way.
Yeah.
My work has always been in Eastern Africa and now the Indian Ocean. But many of my students, most of my students, did not do research topics within my own specific area of expertise, either whether it was Mozambican or Tanzanian stuff. Most of them, I had a number of people who worked in West Africa, in the Atlantic world, or other parts of the world, Ethiopia, whatever. And so having somebody who takes that and then goes off in a different direction is not all that unusual, but it is unusual that they've what Shaka has done is unusual. And I guess this is an appropriate point to point again how networks, this is where networks jumped. So Shaka you may have told this in other times, places, but Shaka, when he finished, had been approached, he knows many more details about this, but had been approached in various people who wanted him to come to work with them. And one of them was the person we were just talking about, Greg Pirio, who at that point was the director of the English to Africa program. He'd been hired as for the Portuguese to Africa program. And he was then at the English to Africa program, and he and Shaka had gotten in touch with each other. Actually, I don't know all the details of that, but they had gotten in touch with each other, and so it was the unusual situation. I thought it was wonderful that you have one PhD, one of your former PhDs, who gets another one of your former PhDs, but not in an academic setting. And in fact, I remember Shaka and Greg laughing at one point and saying that they sort of intimidated a lot of the other people around them. They were the only two guys with PhDs in the English Africa service.
We revolutionized the institution, actually. Even one of the former directors has written a book where he specifically cites us. Yes, having brought about a revolution that
twins
put VOA at another level. By the way, what you forget is that
raising the standard so high.
Yeah, Greg and I met at UCLA when he was the editor of the Marcus Garvey Papers project.
Right, okay.
I was one of his research assistants. That's how the journey began.
I'd have to check, because I can't remember. I have a list of them, but I, off the top of my head, can't remember the exact dates of everybody's overlap. So that yes, that is the same. In fact, I've had that sometimes happen with 3 or 4 of my former or students come into my office when I had an office, and I would talk as though they all knew each other, but they didn't, because I knew them all, but they were different generations. So that's how I figured that's how you knew each other.
Yeah.
And then he realized, as Greg said, you were the biggest news junkie he ever met. So, but I think what's remarkable about it, and it's really true of Greg too, somebody who's used his training as a scholar to understand that it takes serious research to do the kind of, in his case, public policy work, and in your case, to do journalism. You have to do your research. You have to know the facts.
That's what it's all about.
Yes, unless with Fox.
You have to answer the question why.
Right.
It's cause and effect. I mean, actually, Greg is another genius, really, for you. That's another one.
Yeah. So it's really interesting, and then finding the vehicle for your, for your program.
Yes.
Was clearly, something you made, but it was just a perfect match, because then it puts you in a different position. It's one thing to be a journalist and a reporter. It's another thing to have that kind of a platform, and then to be able to take care of it, and to nurture it, and to see it grow into this incredible thing that became.
Thanks to the then director of Voice of America, Sandy Unger, who
yes,
at one time was in fact himself a professor
of
communications at American University.
Right, and then he ended up at USC, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually, like you, he went to Harvard for his undergraduate.
Right. Yeah.
And then later, he actually worked for NPR. He was actually one of those hosts of one of the most popular programs at NPR for some time.
And his father was quite a distinguished journalist, I think, or something. But I remember.
I think that is another one. That is Cohen.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, that's Cohen.
Yeah.
His father at one time was actually president of CBS.
Right.
Yeah, and then also Alia had also been, in fact, the director of Voice of America.
Right. Well, I was interested in seeing the comment by Paul that he left VOA, as anybody, you can understand why in the Trump era. And
yes,
I understand. I don't know, because it's not something I follow, but I certainly hope that the VOA's service to Africa is on the rebound now, at least that is recovering from the threat, because it wasn't just VOA. And,
yes.
And I understand that at the broadest level, these are all elements of American propaganda, which I can't say I always support.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think that I know what an invaluable service VOA has been with all the different languages and everything, and the kind of program that you chaired for 20 years. That to see that just disappear under the kind of really malign leadership, well, not leadership, but sort of destruction that under the 4 years. So one hopes that will be rebuilt.
Right. When I joined the VOA, really, Africa was on the menu, not on the table. And when I did, somehow, with Greg and some other actors, we helped put Africa on the table.
Mm-hmm.
We hope it will continue to be so.
Like what you just mentioned about propaganda and VOA being an American product, American government product. Like, what would be the interest of VOA in giving a person like Shaka such a platform and allowing him to be free and to have an amazing show like he did? Like, what do they gain from that?
Well, I think, these things, it depends on who the personalities are in positions of power. VOA was not like, what was the arm of broadcasting to the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe?
Pravda.
Yeah, Radio Free Europe or whatever.
Yeah, it's still there.
Much more straight up propaganda, selling the American way of life and all that.
Those are Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. Those are surrogate broadcasters. They fit essentially what your characterization is.
Right. Yeah. So VOA attracted different. It attracted people, I think, who had been Peace Corps volunteers and things like that. So people who really cared about not just Africa but Latin America, whatever the other sectors were, and really, when you think about it, quite apart, without saying that there hasn't been any broadcasting in Africa, that's certainly not true, but certainly, the BBC was all there was.
Yes.
And for French and for
Radio France International.
France International. So
Deutsche Welle from the Germans.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
So there were international. So it was one of the things to do, and I think, at a certain level of government, as long as you put somebody in place in general who's sympathetic, unlike what happened during the Trump era, who's sympathetic, then they're going to let the people who know what they're doing run the show as long as they don't completely mess things up. And so I think that there was probably, my guess is that there was, not that there wasn't resistance. I know, for example, Shaka knows this too, when Greg Pirio was hired in the Portuguese to Africa service, he was attacked by red baiters.
Oh, yes.
In Congress.
And their supporters in Congress.
Because
people like Hayakawa.
He's a progressive guy. He was a member of some group of radical historians. It was nothing particularly big, but he was, and then he defended it. And the thing is that he was defended by his bosses.
Right.
The Portuguese to Africa service was like only 5 people or something like that. And he did such a good job, obviously, that he ended up at being director of the English to Africa service, and then actually was the chief fundraiser for VOA.
Yes.
After that. So it depends. I think a lot of the further down you go in government bureaucracy, even though it's a political wing in a certain sense, that there's probably a fair amount of leeway for this to be done. And once the response, I think, has probably been very good, I know to the BBC too, having indigenous language broadcasts and things like that in Swahili and Hausa and Harak and Zulu, and
they now have Pidgin English.
They have Pidgin.
Mm-hmm. And Greg actually wanted to introduce Pidgin in English service to Africa, which is really very timely.
Yeah, no, it is, absolutely. So anyway.
Wow, so that is so beautiful. So what are you up to right now, and what do you hope to see in the future? What would you wish to see Shaka do from here on?
Well, I would want Shaka to do whatever Shaka wants to do. and find the funding to do it. I'm sure he has lots and lots of options. Probably has been hearing, getting pestered by all the people who knew him and were wanting to do things. So, I mean, in a perfect world, it'd be great if he could go back to Uganda and help, straighten things out there. But I suspect that's not likely in this stage of the game.
That one awaits a divine intervention of sorts.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, I think that, it's interesting being retired. So I stopped full-time teaching in 2013, and my wife and I moved from Los Angeles. We live about 100 miles north of San Francisco, right on the Pacific coast, right on the coast. I'm a 5-minute walk from the Pacific.
They lived in a very beautiful place, Pacific Palisades.
Beautiful area, rural, completely rural area. Mm-hmm. But I have very good. It's a hardwired community, and I have great internet connection. So my work is now on still Eastern Africa, but Eastern Africa and the Indian Ocean. And I mean, I publish regularly on the history of the Indian Ocean and on African participants. And basically, it's like being a graduate student, except I have I don't have to scrape for money because I've got my retirement benefits.
Right.
So I'm doing exactly what I want to do. And even during the pandemic and because of Zoom, even though things like this online you get tired after a while.
Right.
It makes things possible so that, the other day I was on yesterday, I guess, I was on a conference about digital humanities and slavery studies that was organized in Paris, and had people from all over the place. I was observing, but so I've continued to be very active, and I think the main thing is to keep doing what you want to do, because that's what, other than good health, that's what keeps you young.
Right.
It keeps you going. So that's what I would hope for Shaka, that you keep doing what you want to do, and that your health is good, and that you live a long and happy life.
I'm certainly looking forward to, at least looking for an opportunity to inspire, to motivate and inspire the African youth to be the best that they could be at whatever they choose, drawing from my personal and professional journey.
That sounds like a perfect fit.
Yeah, he will definitely be a great mentor to so many people. So many people need your wisdom.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because if an obscure kid from Kabale can come to Washington, D.C., the de facto political capital of the world, and every week for 20 years originates from that capital on a platform, why would you, if you stand on my shoulders, can you imagine what you could possibly see?
Right.
Obviously, you could see much further than I.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then thank you so much for building such strong shoulders for all of us.
It was my privilege.
He gave me great shoulders to climb on, and I'm really so honored and humbled for that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Alfred, for being here and testifying. And thank you for being Shaka's great teacher, so much so that he still remembers you until today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I still have a date with you in California.
Yes.
I've not forgotten.
Right.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Ciao.
So we will bring in right now Paul Ndiho. Paul Ndiho is a Shaka's co-worker, and they've been working together, and he's such a great guy, Paul Ndiho, and he's doing a great job as well. I've watched him so many times with Shaka Extra Time. Paul Ndiho, what can you say about Shaka, working with Shaka? Like, how is it? How is it with working with someone who is so impressive? And then do you feel the pressure all the time to be so good because you're working with someone who is so good?
First of all, thank you so much, Louise, for inviting me to join you today. What an honor for me to be part of this discussion. To be honest with you, I don't know if I can even match what the people have said who have come before me. But perhaps what I can add is that it was a great privilege and honor to work with SHAKA SSALI. He inspired me as a young person. I first met him when I was a young student, aspiring to be a reporter. Like he said earlier that he climbed on other people's shoulders. He told me that if I could climb on his shoulders, I could see a little bit far. And here we are talking about him in that sense. To be honest with you, it's been one of the highlights of my professional career and personal career to have known Shaka, to have worked with him very closely. He and I did what I characterize sometimes as great journalism. We traveled the continent together. We covered Washington, D.C., the politics, the leaders that came here together. And over the years, we became great friends. He's been a mentor, a father figure. So there are no words that can really describe what he has done to me personally. other than saying that he has had a profound impact on my life. And to that end, I feel like an orphan right now because I don't like walk to his desk to say, "Hey, what's up, Shaka? Let's go for lunch." And we used to go for the last 16 years, almost without fail, unless if he was away on assignment or I was away. We literally had lunch together. We drove together back and forth. We live not very far from each other.
Nyamachoma.
So, we went to Nyamachoma where we had the pleasure of having you as guests. I mean, it's been incredible, and for me to have been a part of this incredible journey, you to have inspired me and pushed me to be the best that I can be.
What about the trip to Kaunda, Kenneth Kaunda?
I'm coming. Yes, I'm coming. One of the things that maybe so many people have not said about Shaka is that he is a very, very simple person, almost to a fault. I've traveled with him across the continent. We've met leaders, we've met ordinary people, we've gone to markets, we've gone to palaces together. And the way people react when they see him, it's amazing the kind of impact he has had on a lot of people. And I'm not saying this because we used to work together, but I could see that from the people that we met. People just wanted to be around him. And there's something about him that resonates with the ordinary person. Like when we used to do the shows, the live shows where people call in, somehow we would figure out how to relate to a person calling from the remotest part of the world and connect with that person on that level. And not just on the show, but he would come after the show and say, "Hey, where did that person call from? Can I get his number? I want to call him back and get to know that person better." That's Shaka SSALI. So I learned a lot of things over the years from just being a very close ally of him. We did so much together. We even co-founded a show, Shaka Extra Time, that we did for the last 8 years, and I miss that. So to be honest with you, for me, this has been one of the highlights of having worked at the Voice of America for the last 16 years.
Wow, that is so beautiful. That is so beautiful. All right, Paul, let me get you on this one. Now, what about this time?
So over the years, we met a lot of leaders, a lot of leaders. That's the former president of Sierra Leone. We had gone there to interview him, Ernest Bai Koroma. And after the interview, the guy decided to engage us. And one of the things that we talked about, Shaka started like talking about things that are happening in Sierra Leone that were not talked about in the interview. And somehow the conversation went on, and we ended up, I guess, being treated to some drinks, and we had a great conversation. That's how that picture was taken.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, I would have liked to be a fly on that wall.
Oh, but before he asked me to talk about Kaunda.
Yes.
I think I'd never been in Kaunda's presence. I'd seen Kaunda one time when he came and appeared on the show. I think at the time he was at Boston University. So he came and appeared on the show. And at the time, I mean, I was very intimidated. I did not get a close contact with him, but I was able to say hello, shake his hands. But the one time that we visited him, paid a courtesy call on him at his residence outside of Lusaka, in the suburbs of Lusaka, I was amazed by how much Kaunda, late President Kaunda, respected Shaka. When we walked into the house, he said, "Hello, young man. I'm proud of your work. You are the reason I wake up every day. You have kept that torch burning. You have kept Africa alive." Then they laughed about it. They started talking, and Shaka goes, "It's like, Mr. President, it's because of you that I do what I do. I learned everything from you guys. You guys have inspired me to do what I do." So it was like as if Kaunda had met his lost son. And for me, I was like there to witness that history. And so what started out as just a courtesy call ended up being a 2-day visit, because we sat there for hours, and then Kaunda was like, "Okay, come back tomorrow." Then we went back the next day, then sat again for hours and hours, and they talked and talked. We had a meal there. Then after that, Kaunda even gave us a tour of his residence, played piano for us. He's like, "Mr. Young Man," he called him Mr. Young Man, "you can't come to my house and I don't play at least a song for you." So he treated us to his skills on the piano, which was remarkable. There are very few people who can do that, especially for the likes of Kaunda. I think that was something very, very profound as far as I'm concerned.
Wow, that is so fascinating. There is a comment and a question here. Claude Gatebuke is wondering if you can tell us about the time where there was some scary riot massacre that you filmed in the Congo. Like it happened, you were reporting, and then like you found yourself in the middle of it.
Yes, that was in 1989, and maybe the beginning of 2000. There was sporadic riots in Congo, but this was particularly the massacre that happened in some part of Congo called Bunia. It's in eastern Congo. So I had gone there on assignment. I was a very, very ambitious and assertive young reporter. So that's how I ended up in Congo. So I'm there one day, everything is fine, things went normal. Later on in the evening, people went to sleep. Then like at dawn, we hear people running up and down. Then there's a stench coming of like burnt bodies. There's smoke everywhere. So I was like, what's going on? And people are running left and right. I had no idea what was going on. So I decided to follow the crowd with a camera. I ran, walked for about maybe close to a mile or more than a mile. And there it was, a massacre just happening in broad day light. So many people had been killed. Others massacred. There were two tribes fighting each other. The Lendu, who are traditionally farmers, they are subsistence farmers, and the Bahema. The Bahema are more like pastoralists. They move around. When it's a dry season, they move around looking for pastures. You could say the Bahema are more like the Bahima in Uganda, more than like the Fulani. So they move quite a bit, and it was a time when they had moved into a region that was predominantly run by the Lendus, who are subsistence farmers. So the two could not agree. These Lendu, the tribe called the Lendus, thought that the Hema had taken over their land, and the Hemas were like, no, we are not taking over your land. We are just here for temporarily. After that, we'll just go back. But you know how villagers talk. It escalated into a full-blown war. People started like literally killing each other. But it later turned out that that actual massacre was exacerbated by other external factors at the time. So you had some rebels who infiltrated those tribes and started fighting, made them fight each other. That's how it spilled into a massacre. And I was there to witness that. It was not intentional, but I happened to be there and I recorded some of that stuff. That was one of the stories for me as a young reporter that really inspired me to be even a better journalist. I cannot think of any other story that I've done that had such a profound impact on me other than that massacre. Because to this day, I still live it. I see those images. I relive the crying babies, the women. I visited one of the hospitals at the time where the massacre had taken place, called Nyekunde. It was a small hospital, rural hospital. And when I walked into that place, it was just something that I'll never forget for the rest of my life. I've told my kids about it. I've shown them videos. They're too young to understand. But sometimes when I think about that stuff, I cry because I was traumatized by that experience.
Wow.
Bizu. We have Flight Lieutenant, the late Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings.
No, he's not here.
I see.
Yeah. What I was going to say about Paul is that Paul, thank you so much. In that moment, you had the courage. You did not go under your bed and hide. You had the courage to be a journalist and to go out with your camera and become a witness and record these things. So even though you were risking your life and you were taking a great risk, but it shows character and it shows your nature as a man, and as a man who is brave. And when in time of such a huge crisis, a man who does not run and hide, rather you decide that this is an important moment, and you realize the importance of the moment, and you do something as amazing as actually going out and recording it, So I really thank you for that.
Yeah, well, yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. It was a question of should I do it or should I just run like other people? But then I thought about it. I said, why am I here? What's the story? There is no other important story than what is happening here today. So I took great personal risk. Once they figured out that I was even recording, they almost lynched me. But again, I acted on instinct. What I did was I had met a guy who had, they called them border borders. So that guy became my life savior. Basically, he saved my life because once he realized that I was recording, he knew that these guys were going to come after me. So he came and told me, hey, give me the tape of what you have recorded, because if they come after you, they're going to look at the tape, and if you have recorded this, they will kill you. I said, oh, really? I did not trust the guy, but somehow I said, you know what, here. And back in the day, we had those big VHS tapes. I pulled it out, gave it to him, and thank God I did, because that was the only evidence that would later be used when the United Nations was going to actually come up with a force, MONUSCO, to go to Congo. They looked at some of that stuff because it was not acting, it was in real time. And I'm glad I did do that. But as a journalist, it was one of those things that there are not very many journalists who cover a massacre or a genocide, for that matter.
Mind you, Bizubuzu, Paul is also a soldier, courtesy via osmosis. He grew up in the Ginger barracks. His father was a captain. boot.
Yeah. Yes, and to his credit, he's the one who gave me like best training skills, how you cover the war, how you cover military. As a kid, I wanted to be that reporter standing in front of a tank. And in fact, I think my first story I ever did was me holding a microphone and standing in front of a tank in Congo. And that was my first ever news story that I did. Because I wanted to be that kind of reporter. I was inspired by reporters who were covering the Iraq War at the time, Saddam Hussein, the Kuwait, in Kuwait, American reporters. So I wanted to be that reporter. But having witnessed that massacre in Bunia, in Nyekunde village, I was like, this is my time to stand up and be that reporter that everybody is going to be talking about tomorrow. At that time, I didn't know how that would eventually impact or have an impact on what was happening in Congo. But it turns out that it also contributed to me eventually getting a visa to come here, to go to school, because they looked at some of that work and they said, hey, if you can take great personal risk and do this kind of stuff, maybe if you had some little bit of training here and there, you could become the kind of journalist that I am today.
So even bought you a ticket.
Absolutely. So it's one of those things that happened to me, and it opened up a whole new life for me. And to that end, I say thank you. But also courtesy of Shaka, because Shaka is the one who told me that if you want to be a great journalist, you have to be the best at what you do. And you have to do your research, your homework. But he would always emphasize that for you to stand out, you have to do research, and be the best that you can be. If you have your facts, in my particular case, I had the facts, I had the video. Nobody else had the video. People would talk about a massacre, but nobody had seen the massacre. I was the only person recording that massacre. So that also helped me. And talking to him around that time helped me figure out how to be able to get that footage out of Congo, bring it back to Uganda, put it on some Ugandan televisions, and maybe I even gave some to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. That's how the kind of thinking that was going on. What do I do with this footage? What do I do with this massacre? How can I protect this? So I figured the only way I can protect this footage or archive this footage is to give it to different networks. I gave it to Human Rights Watch, I gave it to Amnesty International, and I think I gave it to Red Cross. At the time, I made different copies and distributed it around. And that's how this whole talk about Congo started, happening. There was so much happening in Congo, but nobody was talking about it.
Wow, this is so amazing. We are finding out for ourselves directly from the people who do this job how you can actually influence the world through the media, which is something that you guys have done. You have influenced the world positively. We have a comment from the audience to you, Paul. Gentil Urujeni is saying, as they say in Uganda, webale gukola webale kuba mugumu sebo. I'm just reading it. I don't know what it means.
Yeah. Let's say, thank you so much for the compliments. What's her name? Getty?
Yeah, Gentil Urujeni.
Yeah, let me thank her for her compliments. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Wow, Paul, thank you so much. We appreciate it so much. Do you have any jokes about, Shaka? Now he just stepped out for a second. Say some jokes before he comes back.
No, you see, Shaka is a very one thing people don't know about Shaka. Shaka is a very, very funny guy, very, very interesting guy. He likes to have his drink, but at the same time, even when he would have his drink, he would still be alert and make some really funny jokes. I'll not get into the jokes because he will call me out later, but I think the one thing that a lot of people, he would nickname everybody. Everybody at VOA that has worked with Shaka has a nickname. So that's one, maybe that's one joke about Shaka. He's the baptizer. People call him the baptizer. He baptizes people, gives them nicknames. And not nicknames that he looks for something good about you and uses that to, to give you a nickname, in a way complimenting some of the things that you do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Like for you, I had him referring to you as Bisu, right?
Yeah.
So he has a nickname for everybody. For me, he calls me Lieutenant. Then I salute. I say, yes, sir. Sometimes I would say, why didn't you promote me to be a general? How can you be a general and I'm a lieutenant?
Oh, that is so funny. Well, thank you so much, Paul, for being here. We will bring. Yes. Did you have any last words to say before we bring in another great friend of Shaka in the show?
So, no, I can say thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for honoring Shaka. You are doing an amazing job. I think one time I told you that people should watch out for you. You are going to be the next Oprah.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I wish I knew like a few Ugandan words so I could, speak in Ugandan to Paul and Shaka. All right, so let's bring in another great friend of Shaka, Mr. Bikangaga. Mr. Bikangaga is a great friend of Shaka, and he has been a childhood friend, and he's a doctor, Dr. Arthur Bikangaga, and he's a surgeon by profession.
He says he can't hear you.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Bikangaga. Can you hear us now?
I never could hear.
Oh.
I hear you.
Okay, we can hear you. I don't know why. I don't know why you can't hear us, but let's keep the conversation going. Say something. If you can share, yes, perfect. If you can share, you've known Shaka since childhood.
Can't hear.
Oh, we can hear you perfect.
I can hear you actually loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you perfect, loud and clear. So maybe I should write the question. How was Shaka when he was young? Let me put the question on the screen. Since you've known him from childhood. Yeah, we can hear you. You can speak. We can hear you. It's okay. This is the question, Dr. Bikangaga. How was Shaka when he was younger?
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. So go ahead and speak. We will hear you. How was Shaka when he was younger? What kind of young man was he? You can see the question on the screen.
I can't hear you, but you know, because then I can't interact with you. But I can say,
we can hear you perfectly. We put the question on screen in case you don't hear us. Okay, we can't hear him.
You have to you have to reach him in a different way, I guess.
Yeah, we can't hear him. Sorry, we can't hear him. So we'll bring on Mr. Jackson. Raphael Jackson, are you ready? And then we will come back to Dr. Bikangaga. Hopefully it will have been fixed. Well, I guess we're gonna let Mr. Jackson answer this question if he got an answer to this question. Oh no, we can't hear him either. Can you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you. Mr. Jackson? No, we can't hear him.
Right.
Well, we cannot hear him either. All right. We can't hear him either. Did you unmute yourself? Mr. Jackson, can you hear us? No, okay. Oh, he can hear us. He can hear us, but we can't hear him. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Jackson, can you hear us? Yeah, he can hear us, but we can't hear him back. All right. If you can send us a message in the chat so we know how we can help you, maybe. All right. So we will, in the meantime, we will bring back His Excellency, the very Honorable Faustin Twagiramungu, and we will also bring back Claude Gatebuke, and we will all be on screen, and then we can hear some of the closing remarks from Faustin Twagiramungu. I don't know if maybe Mr. Jackson and Mr. Bikangaga can call me and we can find a way to put them on speaker from the phone. I don't know if that's gonna work. Yeah, no, we can't hear him. All right, let's continue with Mr. Twagiramungu and with Mr. Gatebuke, and then we will bring in their closing remarks. It happens, it happens. Thank you so much, Dr. Bikangaga and Raphael Jackson. I don't know why. Yeah, we can see that. Yeah, okay, perfect. I am going to be sending you the number through the chat right now. Yeah, thank you so much for your patience. All right, let's bring in, yeah, it's in the chat right there. Got it. Yeah. Maybe we can have Claude call him and then we can bring in Claude while he's on the phone with them. How's that, Claude? You have his number. You can reach him. Yeah, please. Thank you. Yeah, call him, and then yeah, you see it. He's giving it right there, and then we can yeah, let's start with Jackson, Mr. Jackson, because he's the one showing his number, and then we can bring in you and him speaking while he's on the phone with you. And then I see that Mr. Bikanyaga is getting some assistance too, and his number, you have it here in the chat, so we can get it from there as well. Okay, so in the meantime, let's hear once again from His Excellency Prime Minister Faustin Twagiramungu. Thank you so much for being here. We know it's a bit late where you are in Belgium, but we appreciate your presence so much. And it's so great to have a living leader, living legend. What can you say about Shaka and his relationships with other leaders? We have here on the screen, you can see on the screen, he is speaking with another great African. What can you say, for example, about this image? Shaka, I won't give it away. Can you tell the audience who that is?
That looks like the Namibian president, Dr. Hage Geingob.
Well, I frankly don't know what to say. Mr. Shaka has got, is gifted. You know, the way he talks to the people, I don't know if many Rwandans could probably learn from him. First, he has a clear mind, and he has a way to explain his stories or questions to the way you can understand what he really wants from you. So many journalists, probably, I have not known many African journalists who have got the capacity of our friend Shaka. I've been talking to French journalists mainly. I also have an opportunity to talk to some journalists who I respect very much. Is some journalists, I will not mention names, in BBC. They have also the same capacity of analysis, but each and everybody has his own way of asking questions. But I could simply add this. I think Shaka can open an office and be an advisor to some leaders if it is possible. They will respect you, Mr. Shaka, if you try. You can do it discreetly or you can do it openly. It's up to you. Me personally, I think VOA has given you the opportunity to do something else, probably for the continent, if you wish, because you have contacts with some leaders, you have contacts with some friends of yours in different countries. So it is me, I mean, I think now it is my moment to ask one question. What are you going to do? Those who say that you can be a teacher or a professor at one of the universities in Africa, I think they are right. But what have you chosen? What are you going to do?
Talking about teaching, actually, the last time I was in Malawi, a former Malawian president, the second Malawian president, as a matter of fact, Bakiri Muluzi, he lives in Blantyre. And he showed me a house and he said, Shaka, next time you want to come to Malawi, don't go and sleep in a hotel. That is a house. It will be waiting for you. There are so many other people that have lived there. Among them, he mentioned the Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni. He mentioned, you know, the brother leader, Muammar Gaddafi.
Yes.
He mentioned, you know, Laurent Desire Kabila. He mentioned many African presidents who have called home that house. But he said, this one is your house, is waiting for you. I said, why do you have to give me a house like that? I am eminently underqualified, Mr. President, because it has housed His Excellencies only. And I'm not in that league. He said, can I tell you something, Shaka? You can be president of a country anytime you want. I said, you know, it may be easier to say, but actually very difficult to get, because you're talking about a country where I come from, where there are no elections. So it's not about the people choosing. It is the person who has the office deciding whether he wants to live or not, or deciding on who should succeed him.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And we have a witness here today, because
Yes.
it was alleged that Mr. Twagiramungu won the elections when he ran against Kagame, and then his election was pretty much stolen. You know, speaking of stealing elections.
Because they are not elections, those are selections.
Yes.
Those are selections which incumbents cannot lose. That is why, again, you really have to respect and acknowledge the late founding president of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, who organized an election in 1991 and lost it, and had the courage to concede defeat with grace.
Yes.
And handed over power not to his ally, but in fact to his political adversary.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. There are very few people like that.
We don't have such magnanimous people. What in the Great Lakes region? Is it something particular about Uganda and Rwanda that makes people over there like that?
We have yet to see them. So
Well,
for me, just like probably our brother Barack Obama, who criticized the African leaders and talked about how, for example, Africa did not need strong men. What it needed were strong institutions. He was in a position for those 8 years to be able to do something about it. But he did not do it, so he decided he was going to figure out a way of perhaps dealing with the issue in the future by introducing the YALI program, the Young Africans Leadership Initiative, which is the Nelson Mandela Fellowship, which basically gives access to opportunities and exposes young Africans to leadership positions in everything you can think about. Me too, I would like to be part of that by investing in the future. I am asking for an opportunity to be able to be in a position on the African continent to motivate and inspire the African youth to be the best that they could be at whatever they choose, drawing from my personal and professional experience or journey. That's what I intend to do, Mr. Twagiramungu. What say you?
I can only applaud you, and I thank you very much, frankly.
Yeah, because
yes.
Because
from
if a
60s,
kid like me, a kid
yes.
from Kabari, really, from humble beginnings, if I could end up in Washington and meet people like you, and have been able to meet a lot of people in positions of power, surely I have been able to climb on the shoulders of the giants that came before me. I think I too, it is now an opportunity for me to lend my shoulders to the African young people, to climb on my shoulders so that they too can see a little bit further than I.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Formidable.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, this has been my wishes when I come here to ask you to do that for the youth in Africa.
Right.
You know, from the 60s until now, frankly, we don't know what is democracy on the continent. The example I can give is even the example of the so-called intellectuals, like the president of Uganda.
Right.
You know, when I was young, I was following politics.
He is intellectually dishonest.
You know, it is just terrible to pretend to be intellectual and you are a president for almost 40 years. You don't think about the youth and their ambitions. You don't give them an opportunity to learn what is the country, what is the politics, what to do for my country. You know, you simply take advantage of, you know, trying to be rich, and the family must be rich. Your son must be a general. The other one will be prime minister if it is possible, and so forth. There is things to be done in Africa, and those things can only be done by people like you. You know, you don't want to have houses in London. You don't have probably the idea of having millions put on the accounts in Europe.
I don't need those
things. You want to clear the mind of your people, the Africans.
Exactly.
People are suffering too much. People
you know, my former professor at UCLA, Professor Ned Arpas, he talked about how he also had the opportunity to teach the Ugandan president, Yoweri Museveni, at the then University College, Dar es Salaam, which was part of the University of East Africa, along with Makerere in Uganda and Nairobi in Kenya. That man, I have spoken with some of his former classmates at the university.
Yes.
3 of them told me that when he was at University College Dar es Salaam, his hero was one of the former kings of Rwanda, the King Rwabugiri.
Yes.
The expansionist. That was his hero.
Yes.
I don't know because I haven't really read much about King Rwabugiri, but probably it's not surprising that there might actually be some similarities between the late King Rwabugiri of Rwanda and the incumbent Ugandan president, Yoweri Museveni Tibuhaburwa, whose last name, by the way, means not liable to advice.
Tibuhaburwa.
Tibuhaburwa, in our culture, our language means not liable to advice. And this is a name he very closely kept very close to his chest. He kept it a secret for a long time. He simply used to go with Yoweri Museveni. And sometimes he would add the individual he calls his father, called Kaguta. So one time I met one of his former lecturers, a man called John Saul in Canada, at the University of York in Toronto.
Yes.
I met him and he started telling me about how he taught my president. And then he pointed me to an essay he had written when Yoweri Museveni was a freshman in 1967 at University College, Dar es Salaam. The title was On the Hill. The University College Dar es Salaam, as you probably know in Kiswahili, is called Kio Kiku. Kio Kiku. So that is probably why this lecture of his, that's where he got the meaning of his piece On the Hill. And in that piece, he talks about having met two intellectually provocative freshmen. One was a Tanzanian of Asian descent, Issa Chiviji, who eventually became a lawyer. Another one was Yoweri M. Tibuhaburwa from Uganda. So, armed with that information, I had an interview with Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni in 1997 in Washington at his ambassador's residence. The ambassador at that time was Ambassador Edith Grace Sempara. Yes. So I asked the president, who was sitting on a very big couch, I told him I had met one of his former lecturers. In fact, I didn't say I met one of your former lecturers. I said that I met someone who claims to have been one of your lecturers at University College, Dar es Salaam. He said, what was his name? I said, John Saul. He said, yes. John Saul was teaching us Walt Rodney. I said, then I said, he wrote an essay, I don't know whether you are aware of it, On the Hill. And in that essay, he talks about two essentially intellectually provocative freshmen. One was a man called Issa Shiviji. He said, yes, Issa Shiviji is an Indian in Dar es Salaam. I said, yes, he teaches law at the University of Dar es Salaam. Then I said another one was Yoweri M. Tibuhaburwa. Was that you, Mr. President? Oh, you could have seen a man. he suddenly, the huge coach became simply too small. And then I quickly realized what problem I had brought myself in. Then I said, fortunately, Mr. President, because he started saying all sorts of things, that when he came from the bush, people just said, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Then I said, you don't really have to worry about that, because if in fact you were Tibuhaburwa, you and I know what exactly that means. It would have been political suicide. And I said, as a matter of fact, I don't see how you could have navigated and negotiated your way to your present position. For you to be able to do that, you had to be Wuhaburwa, which is the opposite. Wuhaburwa, able to advise.
Oh, I see. It's like in Kinyarwanda, someone uhanwa nudahanwa.
Exactly. Yes. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Then he just laughed.
So that is the exact name. I mean, his family name.
That is his name. Yes.
You never heard that.
No, that is his name. And then, interestingly, he recently reincarnated the name officially.
I see.
He now brought it back, meaning, what can you do? You can do whatever, you can try to do whatever you want to do. I know where I'm going. After all, Many years ago, he said he was the only individual in Uganda who had the vision thing.
Yes.
Who knew exactly where the country should go. The rest, your job is to implement my vision. And frankly, some of those guys who are very close to him in the government have since abdicated their intellectual responsibility.
Indeed, yes.
There is only one man.
This
well, among the African presidents, I think it's a pity that a man like Nkrumah went too early.
Yeah.
But we have to applaud the former president of Tanzania, Julius Nyerere. I think it's the only example we can probably give to the youth.
Even Nkrumah.
Even Nkrumah, of course.
Can you remember when Nkrumah was declaring the independence of Ghana from the colony, which was the Gold Coast?
Gold Coast, yes.
On March 6, 1957, Nkrumah had the audacity to challenge the Ghanaian people on behalf of Africa. He said, the independence of Ghana would be meaningless unless it is linked with the total liberation of Africa.
That's right.
And he did not simply talk the talk. He actually walked the talk because he provided the necessary tools, even to people like, in fact, to people like the Congolese leader Patrice Aimé Lumumba.
That's right. Yeah.
At the time, people like Mugabe, people like Kaunda. You know, he provided the tools, political and moral support to fellow African freedom fighters, so that eventually Africa in 1994, with the end of apartheid and the independence of apartheid South Africa, 1994, Africa was able to walk the walk when it came to political independence. What remains now is economic independence, without which you cannot talk about the independence that the continent has.
That's right. Yes.
You had people like Sekou Touré of Guinea-Conakry. You had people like Ben Bella of Algeria. You had people like Kano Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt. You had people like Saseretse Kama of Botswana.
Yeah.
Yes. You had Kenneth Kaunda.
Yeah, Kenneth Kaunda, I agree.
Of Zambia. These were some of Africa's great leaders. You had, to some degree, Ugandan President Apollo Milton Obote. He was also a disciple of Kwame Nkrumah. You had Raila's father, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who was the Kenyan vice president.
Yeah, he was a very good leader, yes.
Yes, and wrote this classic called Not Yet Uhuru. I once had a debate with the late Kenyan Pan-African scholar, Professor Ali Mazrui.
Oh, yes.
And he walked me through some of the debates they used to have with Jaramogi Oginga when he was a professor at Makerere. And when he criticized Kwame Nkrumah, if they were in the same room, he said, Odinga was so mad at somebody who could criticize the Osajefo, Kwame Nkrumah.
Yes.
Because for Oginga Odinga, there is no way the Osajefo could be wrong. He was one of the disciples of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, just like Kenneth Kaunda.
Yes.
Amazing.
So, but I hope that Africa's future is not behind it, because we are talking about the great leadership that Africa has had in the past. But there is a huge question mark when you talk about African leadership today.
Today, yes.
Yes.
It is just incredible.
Leaders, in fact, for lack of a better word, because otherwise they would probably be called rulers, they have become, at least in my view, products of vanity. It's about vanity. They have become patriotic to their stomachs, the stomachs of their families and friends, not society, not the country, not the people.
Yes.
We need to change that.
So how do we change that? That is the question.
We change that by, Nkrumah used to talk about organize, not agonize. You have to mobilize and organize to speak with one voice.
Yeah, but to mobilize, that was at the time when people did not know that the army is going to intervene by coup d'etat and kill leaders who would have that kind of ideas.
Yes, but you know, there have been situations where military coups have failed. For example, you remember in the Ivory Coast of all places, you remember the election, was it 1999? The election that Major General Robert Gay wanted to steal. He failed. People went to the streets of the commercial capital, Abidjan. Some died and what have you, but he failed eventually. That is how Professor Rora Babu became president. Right. So I think what is important is to be more creative, to be more imaginative, to be more innovative in our abilities to organize and mobilize. We also perhaps also have to learn to figure out how to include elements of the military, like the young soldiers, the young officers. We can actually bring them in the circle for the struggle because they are also essentially on the periphery. We have to make our people become socially and politically conscious, or socially and politically aware. That is what is lacking. Our people do not know the difference, for example, between being a citizen and a subject. Because a citizen owes allegiance to the state, not to an individual. And a citizen has, therefore, constitutional rights. Whereas a subject does not have constitutional rights, because a subject owes allegiance to an individual authority. It can be a king. In most of Africa, it is what you would now call a presidential monarch. It can be an emperor or a king of Eswatini, you know, what used to be Swaziland in Southern Africa. And therefore, you have no rights. All you can claim are privileges which have to be granted to you, mind you, by the individual authority to whom you owe allegiance, which is very different. So for most Africans on the continent, they have this misinformed belief that they are citizens. But in fact, apart from being citizens on paper, in theory, in practice, they are subjects.
Yes.
So we have to liberate ourselves. And we can do it.
We can, yes.
Yes.
Just one question. The situation in Congo, you know, the Republic of Congo, they call it in French RDC.
You mean Congo Brazzaville?
No.
RDC.
This is a Congo Kinshasa,
Kinshasa.
if you wish.
Yes, Kinshasa.
Yes. If you were a counselor, I mean an advisor to the president, what could you tell him now?
Congo has to go through a lot. Part of the problem of Congo is because of its wealth. Everybody is looking at the coltan in Eastern DRC. Without coltan, you know, we wouldn't be talking courtesy of, you know, these laptops, smartphones, and what have you. That is because of coltan. But since when have you gone to Goma, for example? Or since when have you gone to Bukavu? And you saw people really living what you would call a decent life. And yet, they have made Microsoft become multi-billionaire industries. Google, Facebook, Apple, you name it. You go to Mbujimai, the epicenter of diamonds. I have flown to Mbujimai twice. Frankly, you cannot even appreciate that there is an economy based on sweet potatoes. And yet, that is where some of the most expensive minerals on this planet Earth are harvested from. You go to New York City on Park Avenue, and you see the reflections of what comes from Mbujimai. You go to Tel Aviv, you go to London, you go to Oxford Street, you meet beautiful women with beautiful, you know, these gold, chains of gold, you know, necklaces, you name it. But you go to where this wealth came from, you don't find our beautiful women beautiful, wearing their God-given gadgets.
Wow.
And why?
Time is not our best ally, as Shaka likes to say. Let's try again to bring on Mr. Twagiramungu is going to stay on the screen. But let's try to see if we can hear Dr. Bikangaga right now.
Okay.
Can we hear you?
Yes.
Dr. Bikangaga, can we hear you now? Let's bring in Claude as well. I think he's on the phone with Claude, so we can see how. Claude, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you all hear?
First time it's happened on this computer because I've been anxiously waiting after I was invited to attend its
Apologize. Give me one second, Mr. Bikangaga. It looks like there is some interference. Let me. Ausares, is it possible to call from. Oh, hold on a second. I think I know what. Mr. Bikangaga, would you mute your computer or turn down the volume? Or turn off the volume, and let's see if we can hear you without the background noise.
All right. The volume is off.
Okay. Are we good now, Ms. Ausares? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bikangaga.
Thank you. By the way, when the facilitator talked about my brother's shirt,
yes,
my dear friend's shirt here, I had to run to the wardrobe, thank God for the virtual conferencing. I ran to my wardrobe, looked up in my Ugandan shirt, so that there can be no misunderstanding as to whether my brother's shirt is better than mine. My younger brother.
Beautiful.
We've always kind of had this, to and fro. But let me take this.
What is it again now?
Now, how come? Yourself, Claude. You muted yourself.
No
right to call by her nickname, yes. Because I see it involves, flying kisses. Let me not call her by that name. Let me, leave that to Shaka. Shaka and I, as you can tell, for him to, or for the evening to invite me to speak, and be on the same stage as the former Prime Minister of Rwandan, I feel honored. I feel very honored, and yet I also feel like I have the right to do so. I have the right to talk about you on behalf of our parents who brought us up. I'm a Kigezi kid who has more or less had a parallel life with Shaka, except mine has been in medicine, from Kabale to UC Berkeley, to UC San Francisco, to professorship, to fellowship, to all these great things that require work, effort, discipline, self-awareness of who you are, and not what people tell you you should be. That is a quality that I share with my brother from childhood. From childhood, our parents were very good friends. Our parents were pillars of the local society that we grew up in. They were servants of our community where we grew up. They were not selfish people. They gave, at that time, under the most difficult circumstances of British colonialism, they gave their effort to developing characters, because it took characters to defeat colonialism. You couldn't be a bum and then go and stand in front of the governor and say, why are you here controlling us? You had to be a decent person to go in front of them and say, why are you here? This is our country. Why don't you allow us to do what you're doing, which is governing our people? So, Shaka is not Shaka the way you see Shaka now. It's a byproduct of our development, our parents. something which underscores the importance of keeping family in Africa, because family translates into experiences by one generation to another. The moment you break up with family, then you can't transmit that information of discipline, of self-respect, of a bigger vision of yourself, of the world, that yourself. And Mushakamba, Ikangaga were like brothers. You know, they sought advice from each other. And to cut the story short, because I can go on forever and ever, after high school, Shaka's dad sent him to come and stay with us from the village to the city, because that's where my dad now, was employed. After his visit, my dad, who by all standards of Uganda, or by all standards of Africa, was one of those individuals that gave his entire life to the community, in religion, belief in dignity at work, in lack of corruption, in respect for others, all the things that are required for us as humanity to move forward. So Shaka and I came very well equipped with tools. Now, are we going to use the tools, or were we not going to use the tools? That was the question, because we had so many friends of ours who didn't use the tools that were given. Shaka used the tools. I encouraged him, and we encouraged each other. So much so that at one time when he was in New York, they called me about a student loan. Because I, as a physician, even though I was in training, we were paid a salary, so I could put my salary to an application. And they gave him the loan. They gave him the loan. Not only did they give him the loan, but they called him and they thought he had defaulted. I told them, I said, my brother cannot default on a loan. Just give him time. They gave him time, of course, and everything was okay, as I expected. So that is the background, our background. We came together. He came visiting me from New York as a student, and I was also a doctor student. But he would, take the bus or the plane or whatever he took the train. He would come and visit, and see my children. What is amazing about this man is, after so many years, my daughter shall become a journalist. And my daughter, needed internship after she finished her journalism in New York. And Shaka said, oh, send her home, she just left. She's the one that was helping me, adjust the audio. She just left. She has tremendous respect for Voice of America and for Shaka SSALI and all the workers there that gave her, the tools to do so well. She's done so many documentaries with Ken Barnes. Ken Barnes is a legend in documentary, as you guys know, because you're journalists. So, that is Shaka that I know from childhood. Now, what do I know about Shaka now? Shaka now is the man whom I pick up the phone a call. And I say, hey, hi, brother. He says, hey, you know, how are you, And we talk. One thing, like Faustin, Honor, has just said, has conversation with you. There is no end to that conversation if it involves politics, because he knows so much, and he wants to pass on that information to whoever it comes to, in a clear way. And since I've been to and fro with him, I know so much about every country in Africa through him, because he's met the leaders, he's met the research, he has the facts, and he presents facts, and for us all, we should learn, I think. Yeah, we all make mistakes, we all go through history, goes through disasters. But let's think every good thing about every leader, and let's carry them on to the next generation so that we can form a better Africa. Because looking back and blaming leaders, whether current or back leaders, is not helping us. It's not helping. It's not going to remove them. It's not going to do it. But what it's going to do is going to teach the next generation that this is where we come from. This is where we don't want to go. This is the path that we want to live. And yes, I am still alive, and Shaka is still alive. One of the things in our retirement things we should do, whether be it for me in medicine, healthcare is a very big thing. Healthcare, you can't lead a country forward until you have a healthy community. You will be wasting your time. Look at what coronavirus is doing to us. Look at what coronavirus is doing to the West or our country here in the United States. We have to figure out a way in which we are not dependent on anybody, in which we have, what does it take to manufacture oxygen? Our people are dying, no oxygen. What are you going to import oxygen, from other countries that need oxygen? You can be like, the president of Uganda, blame everybody else for not sending you vaccines. But when you're building those tanks, when you're doing all these magnificent things, do you think about the local people and their healthcare and the hospitals? And if something happens, where are they going to be treated? How are they going to survive? Or do you want just to have our wiped out by disease? So, Shaka and I probably can partner from that standpoint. He's already allowed me on Voice of America to express my opinions about the healthcare in Africa. And I took that as a great honor because, that is my life. That's all I can contribute, is to make the life of whoever comes after me better than it was for me before. So Shaka, you may think, and you may be deluded, my friend, that the work stops, with retirement from the Voice of America. The work just starts until I'm gone. We're going to continue. We're going to continue. So thank you, gentlemen, for having me. And to the best, my brother.
Ausares, I just want to say, Dr. I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher your name.
Bikangaga.
Yes. You have a very complicated name. It's a complicated name. Yes, you can't say Gaga. You know, Gaga really. You know, it's not a very difficult name to pronounce. You know,
Dr. Bikangaga earlier, Paul Cisco said that Shaka could have been an Olympian. You know, and I think you're such a fast runner. The way you ran up to the closet and got that shirt, and I think that shirt is your shirt game is on point also.
It's a beautiful shirt.
Yes.
I'm so happy you put it on.
yeah, I had to do that. Besides, if I had continued with that black shirt, you wouldn't have been able to see me, you know, in this life that I have, here. You know, I would have disappeared, you know, on the screen. But that wasn't the point, though. The point was to try, you know, when she mentioned she mentioned the fact that you two were wearing very beautiful shirts, you know. She was wearing, orange. I felt like, hey, I need to participate, you know, in this game, you know. But so, Shaka.
Yes, sir.
Hope you, my brother, my dear brother, retirement. I'll tell you something about retirement. I retired as a sergeant, and I got home, and I thought, I have been operating on people for 35 years.
Right.
What am I going to do tomorrow? I really didn't have any. What am I going to do tomorrow? Pick a brush and start painting? What was I going to do the following day? Like anybody without courage, I went back. They would need a sergeant. I went back, worked for 2 years. But then I said, no, you broke your promise. You need to retire. And I retired. But when I retired, then the retirement opened up a new vision of how I can contribute to humanity.
Right.
As you know, I have an NGO and I do work in Western Uganda. We're trying to help Rwanda. A group has just been in Rwanda trying to help them in the healthcare, cervical cancer, breast cancer, things which kill our people, which politicians don't want to hear about because healthcare is very expensive. Politicians will continuously disregard healthcare until embarrassing moments like this occur with coronavirus.
Right.
But then coronavirus just approaching, kills so many people across the planet. So at some point, Africa, we have to wake up. So in your journalism and in your the criticism of what is going wrong and this and that, let's focus on what we could do better. What could we do better?
Correct.
We need oxygen cylinders. We need to open up our borders. We need to, have governments, interacting with each other. We need all these things, which only the young people like this, my dear brother here, is listening and shaking his head because he knows that's what we need. We don't need history. Is important.
Right.
History is important so you don't repeat the same history.
Again.
We cannot hold us down, cannot hold us down. It's time to stop that nonsense. And look at us in terms of economy, in terms of health care, in terms of other things that don't need political parties.
Right.
People, our own people. Yeah. So, I hope that, I can partner with Shaka, in talks, in interviews, and we can pass on this knowledge. Because there is one thing, acquiring knowledge leads to change of attitudes. Attitudes lead to change of practice.
And the mindset.
You can't change practice until you equip people knowledge. Because right now, Africa sees Faustin as an individual. Faustin is not given, God given to Rwanda to lead Rwanda. No, he's just an individual who is put there and given enough tools to participate in the development of Rwanda. But we, as Africans, we have to stop this focus on individuals. Oh, Museveni, I like Museveni. He looks good. Kagame is handsome. Kagame is handsome. How about his policies, though? How about Museveni's policy? That's what we should be focused on. And until we begin to change the knowledge of our brothers and sisters at local levels, that it's not about individuals. Those were colonial days. They brought a chief and they put a chief there. They said, obey that chief, and you obey the chief. Those were colonial mentalities that we still suffer, in Africa. We have to stop those. We have now to look at what works for us. What is it that works for us to move us forward and save our people? Because that's what it is. Saving our people, making them prosper. Nyerere said, kila mtu nataka chakula. Everybody wants something to eat. That's what we should be focused on, rather than individuals. Because individuals are distracting us, anyway.
There is something you wanted to say about, you mentioned something, Mr. Bikangaga.
Yeah.
Dr. Bikangaga, you mentioned sometime when, as a young man, when my father sent me to your home in Kampala and I met your father, but you did not really make your point. I think you wanted to say something, perhaps what your father said after I had left.
My father said, I didn't finish that point, Shaka, and it's a very important point, because, and I'm not biased because he was my father, but my father had tremendous respect across Uganda because he was a very thoughtful and perceptive man, and he had given so much to post-colonial Uganda development. But when Shaka came, we was young boys, high school boys, he had a talk with him, which I was not privileged to attend, because that is a matter which had been communicated from his dad to my dad, and they needed to talk about it. But after he left, he said, Mtabani wa Mushakamba, meaning the son of Mushakamba is, Shaka's dad. He says, there is something about him that is telling me that he may very well be a very productive, important future person. He was looking in the future. He says he has something about him that leads me to think that he's going to contribute a lot to wherever, Uganda, you happen now to contribute to the whole of Africa. But that was an interesting, observation from somebody so senior and so experienced to have seen it in a very young person and read him, and gut feeling, like his professor said, his gut feeling was that Shaka would end up contributing a lot to his people.
Wow, he's a visionary. I'll be right up.
Dr. Bikangaga is being rather modest. His father was the first from our area, and it is a huge area. He was the first individual to earn a British university degree.
Wow.
And he became a very respected headmaster of secondary schools, to the extent that he ended up becoming headmaster of Makerere College School at Makerere University. He also became, after independence, he became the political constitutional head of our region. He was, in our culture, Rutachirwa Engabo Yachijezi. He was really the first, the first person, really, in the region where we come from. He was an incredibly respectable gentleman. He taught many young men who eventually became leaders in their own right in different aspects of life.
That is amazing.
Oh, he was an incredible man. So if he dared to say that he thought of you, like he said about young Mike, there must have been something that struck him. And there probably was.
There is something that struck him, and I hope your father and my father, wherever they are looking down on this day, of your retirement. And
your father saw it because
they are feeling proud. They are feeling proud of themselves that they begot a person to carry on their vision.
I remember.
The vision can be in different ways. Yeah.
I remember one time he invited me for a luncheon. He invited me for a luncheon at his house in Kampala when I was working at the Voice of America. And he congratulated me for what I was doing. And he told me that he was one of my fans. He never missed my program, Straight Talk Africa. And he said, one thing people don't understand is that you are a Ugandan who happens to occupy one of the most highly strategic positions in the world. That's what Mr. Bikangaga told me.
Yes.
And he gave me a shirt for an award.
Something which was a fact,
which was true.
So much so, Shaka, that there is a news reporter in Uganda right now, whom I'm sure you may have heard of, who have copied your language, the way you speak,
yes,
the way you conduct yourself, and now he's in the Western Uganda region reading news just like you do. When I heard you, I thought you had retired. I thought you had gone back to Somalia.
That's gonna happen.
When in life you are able to influence somebody to that extent, not an actor where you influence somebody to be, to be like you, to act like you, because it's a show.
Right.
So this particular person respects you so much. He's a journalist. He respects you so much that he's taken a carbon copy of you and he's put it in cupboard or in Western Uganda. And all we can hope is that how he reads the news, how he conducts the education to our local people will be the same as you. In a micro form, you are a macro form, but in a micro form, he can, disseminate the information just like you have.
Right.
Wow, that is such a great testimony. And, it also says a lot about Shaka that he would keep friends for so long. When someone is not reliable, or they have no integrity, it will be very hard for them to find any long-term friends, any childhood friends, anybody who's been in their past, you know.
Right,
So
right.
when you have people who have been in your past who go so far back and they still like you today and they're still willing to come and speak for you, that is such amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you too for making it possible. Bisou, bisou.
I'm just wondering if Mr. Bikangaga is referring to her as Bisu Bisu.
No, no, it's okay, it's okay. Can we hear if
only she can give me that order, you know? If she does ask me to go her, that I will.
I will speak to him. If I ever speak to him privately and send him some bizu bizu, maybe he can. Can we hear from Mr. Jackson if it's working right now?
Let me try connecting him. Mr. Jackson, are you able to speak through the computer, or should I connect you by phone?
Yeah, I think try to connect him by phone. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, 1 second.
Looking good, Paul.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, the doctor struck a chord with me when he was talking about the need for a change in thinking, etc. And I'm, you know, I look at America's foreign aid, and the vast amount of it that goes to Africa is going to fight terrorism or to improve infrastructure or to do something about the trade imbalance. And it just seems like such a no-brainer, such a necessary item to take that foreign aid money and give it to the nations of Africa for vaccinations. It's a win-win for everybody. And this common enemy is so much more deadly than terrorism, this mysterious terrorism. And we also know that the vast majority of the terrorism money doesn't end terrorism, buys guns and weaponry, and never does anything to save lives in the end. And this is a cheaper, no-brainer way to make the world a better, safer place for everybody. And I don't even hear anybody talking about that.
That's a great point. I think one of the best money from the United States towards Africa, some of the best use of their money has been VOA and especially Shaka's platform, because that money invested there in VOA and that money on Shaka's platform has done so much to educate Africans and to give people new dreams, more dreams, to see the possibilities, to allow him to raise the bar so high as he has done. So I could say that that is the money that's been well used on that one, you know?
I appreciate that. And it's an argument that is lost on our Congress that really makes the budget for us. And it's largely because they don't see it as a vote getter, you know? And it's just a sad state of affairs, and there's something about how isolated and domestic first this country is. And,
Hi, we have Mr. Jackson connected now.
Very good.
Let's see.
Paul, I can't wait to crack jokes on you after Mr. Jackson speaks.
Say that again. I'm sorry, Claude.
I cannot wait to crack jokes on you after Mr. Jackson speaks.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know some of my statements were being seen by so many people.
All right, Mr. Jackson, Ausares, we're ready for Mr. Jackson. If you would proceed, please.
Mr. Jackson, thank you so much for being so patient and for being here. We hear you now.
It's okay. It's okay. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
I want to thank this great panel. I want to, congratulate my sister. I'm happy to be on with her again, and to be with Shaka and the great panelists. And I just learned so much. The interesting thing, I got Professor Alpha was talking about the Voice of American Radio for Europe, and he said it was a propaganda tool. When I heard the Voice of Africa, probably the same. And then I turned it on, and I saw this young man with this hat on. And I said, now this is not common for most of the Africans that I know. I've been dealing with Africans since 1960. And I said, this guy is totally out of order. And then I heard him speak. And I said, no, this brother is for real. Then I heard him in an interview with, I think, Paul and Ndiho. And the name just threw me. I said, Shaka. No, that's the African American name. We've taken that name. That's my name. That ain't African name. That's Shaka. And I said, now. And then he explained the name. He said an African American brother had suggested that name. I said, okay, this guy he seems like the real deal. You know, a lot of people talk Pan-Africanism, and then are scared of black people. Live in this country and don't go into the black community, don't know what the black community eats, and on the other hand, when African Americans talk about Pan-Africanism, don't know the food, don't know. So it's just like an intellectual talk. Nothing serious. And when I listened to Shaka, I said, now this brother is serious. Now the interesting thing, as he was talking, he mentioned this person in New York and Albany, and my radar went up. And he mentioned Dr. Paul. Oh God! And I'm excited. We both had him as a professor in the African Studies department. And Paul Ward, Dr. Paul Ward. Paul Ward was a genius, and I remember taking all of the courses that he'd given, and decided, man, this guy, SHAKA SSALI, is the real deal. And foolishness behind, over on me. You know what I mean? I know who's real and who's live and is not memorized. So I wrote him about a 3 to 4 page letter. I just wrote it off. He answered. Can you imagine? He doesn't know me from, and we talked and we knew the same people. I was trying to connect. We talked about Dr. Harry Ododo.
Yes.
Carla Spurlock.
Yes, he told me.
Taught us. And I kept scratching my head because I get on the SUNY Albany, and they knew me. I just couldn't connect. And we talked, and the thing is, he had me on same problem, the connectivity. And it was right at the beginning of the pandemic, because I would have been on the show. They taped me on the show, but he says that because I do my research. So many people don't know when they talk about the African diaspora. They don't talk about Brazil. They don't talk about Colombia. They don't talk about the Caribbean. They just talk about a few expatriates that live overseas. And but SHAKA SSALI is solid. I mean, he's PhD. He's PhD, and he does the research. And when he comes on the show, he's researched you and researched him, and that's what makes him wonderful. He knows what he's talking about. To hear these people flirt around and quickly answer the answers that let them know that they can re-enter their countries and won't get expelled. He's straight to the point and with fact. You cannot argue with facts. And one of the things I wrote him in his letter, I love the way he speaks. I said he sounds like I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember Bela Lugosi and Dracula. It's this called Count Alucard. He says, "Oh, my name is Count Alucard." That's Shaka SSALI. And you get to these African accents. I mean, he just pulls you in, and you don't even, like, wow, this brother is. I can't wait to get on the train to get up to Washington, D.C., to meet him. I got a call. I thought it was a crank call. And it says, oh, yeah, you're going to be on this live chat. I said, yeah, okay, I don't need Kari. So I said, okay. But Shaka SSALI, you are, when we talk about great leaders like Nkrumah, Sekou and Bella, Mandela, you have to be the one. There are very few Africans that African Americans know about, the people on the African continent know about. You have written yourself into history. I don't know if you meant it inadvertently, but you are a guiding light. You are a guiding light. You are, I turned everybody on to you as I could. Shaka SSALI, you, I don't know what to say. I'm just excited. I wish I could go back to school and preach. Because you got that sword to just, because you're not going to hear people talking about this, talking about that, talk about development. And our good friend, Dr. Ibrahim Kabari, he all of the people. I'm in Florida. I don't, I'm kind of isolated now, but I'm going to get back in the track. But brother, whatever you're going to do, I got your address, I got your number, you got mine, brother, and I'm there. And sister, I love your program. I love everybody on this channel. It's great. So God bless you all, and may your journey be long, prosperous, and fruitful. That really inspired so many people, brother. So many people. So, thank you. God bless.
I want to name drop just a little bit, but I've had the privilege of working with, in my lifetime, some of the best American correspondents on the planet. Ted Koppel, Frank Reynolds, Peter Jennings, and in so many ways, Shaka is a better presenter than even them, really, in so many ways.
Absolutely, Paul. All right, thank you so much, everybody. This has been so beautiful. I love it. Shaka, I just want to say that you could use me anytime you wanna teach, you wanna communicate with the people, with the continent. I am here for you because you've been there for millions and millions, and you have inspired millions. I'm one of the people that you have inspired. I'm one of the people using your shoulders to look further. And I'm one of the people who loves the fact that you have set the standards so high. And I'm willing to work for it so that I can go that high. You know what I mean? I'm willing to work for it. This is not for the lazy people. This is not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. So thank you so much for setting the standards so high and for doing such an amazing job.
Thank you very, very much for those kind words of wisdom. And as for standing on my shoulders are here for you, busy. Anytime, feel free. And even if you wish to gather wings, get the wings and take off.
Thank you so much. So I'll give everybody 1 minute to say their last remarks, and then we will let everybody go and celebrate their Friday night. Let's start with Monsieur Twagiramungu. If you can say something, 1 minute in conclusion. Thank you so much for being here. Mwakoze cyane, turabishimye cyane. If you have any last comments, please go ahead, Monsieur Twagiramungu. I think there may have been some interruption.
I think we lost him. His connection looks like it's frozen.
Yeah, his connection looks frozen. All right, so we will have Mr. Bikangaga say something to conclude. 1 minute.
Okay, give me 1 second as I reconnect him.
Okay, Claude is about to reconnect you. Yes, I think Monsieur Twagiramungu's computer has frozen. Do you still have Mr. Jackson? He could start. You still have him. For you. Whose dog is that?
Let me get Mr. Jackson.
Okay. I see Mr. Twagiramungu is back. Mr. Twagiramungu, if you have 1 minute, if you can make your closing remarks. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your comments. You have been such a great figure in politics, Rwandan politics, and I thank you personally for quitting when you realized that you couldn't work with this government and you resigned. That is such a great thing. So instead of continuing to be there and have some people think that maybe this is something positive, you chose to distance yourself from the dictatorship, and you stayed away. So this is something that is really great. What can you say, last remarks on Shaka for 1 minute?
Well, 1 minute, even a half a minute. I like Shaka is a very good man. He taught me how to speak a good English. And he also taught me the political ideology we have to apply to our people and the countries in Africa. We like Mr. Shaka, frankly, because he's an example to be known by the youth in Rwanda, I mean in Africa or in our part of the continent. So I wish him all the best. And I want him to continue the exercise of teaching the youth mainly what is democracy, and particularly what is democracy. I think we don't understand what is democracy. We have been deceived by those who call themselves intellectuals. It's almost a quarter of a century, if not a half of a century. So we have to change. We have to change and find people like Shaka who can try to make the situation change in our country. I don't have so much to say. I respect you, Mr. Shaka, and I love you. We have been together for almost now 30 years.
Yes.
And can appreciate what we did, and we shall continue to see if we can improve the situation in our countries or in the continent. Why not? You have met a lot of people, and you have to continue to contact them and try to talk to them the way you have been talking to them, by giving them interviews and trying to teach them. Thank you so much. I was very pleased, and I appreciated very much your invitation to see Mr. Shaka and to see his friend now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the honor.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Claude, do you have Mr. Bikangaga?
I'm not able to, for some reason, not able to connect with him. Let's see if he can speak through the headset that he's got. I just tried a couple of times his line and was not able to reach him. Let me try again. It looks like he's hearing us, but we're not hearing him.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
In the meantime, I can say that the advice that Monsieur Twagiramungu gave to Shaka to become an advisor to all these leaders and to stay close, that's such great advice, because they do need you. They do need you, Shaka. Whether it's these leaders, they need you. These youth, they need you. So we're glad that you are retiring but you're not tired and you still have so much strength. We're happy about that. This is really a great time to exit.
It's very interesting because in writing his analytical reflection on the work in progress on my memoirs, whose working title is Defying the Odds, the story of the Cavalry Kids' journey from Cavalry to Washington. Dr. James Jonah, a former United Nations Under Secretary for Political Affairs, actually said, Shaka, if these African leaders were smart, they would have you as an advisor.
Mm-hmm.
It was very interesting to hear that from Dr. Jonah.
Absolutely right.
Dr. Jonah got his PhD from MIT Harvard in 1960, and he worked for 25 years. His first job was at the UN, and he retired after 25 years at the UN. Then went back to see his homeland of Sierra Leone, became the head of the Electoral Commission. Then later, when he became his country's ambassador to the UN, and of course, then he also left politics and lives in Brooklyn. Very interesting man.
Wow.
Ausares, I was able to connect Mr. Jackson. I'm not able to reach Mr. Bikangaga for now. Maybe we can go to Mr. Jackson.
Okay, let's hear Mr. Jackson, and we'll keep trying Bikangaga next.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, you're on.
Okay, want to wish you the best, and you are the new voice.
Do you mind, Mr. Jackson, do you mind turning off the volume on your computer or the device that's got the background? Yeah, if you could mute for a second. Thank you.
Yeah. We want to thank you. You're the voice for the voiceless. It's ironic that, 50 years ago we didn't have this technology that we can talk together and communicate with each other. And as you say, when you go into markets in Africa, around the world, people know who you are. It's amazing. That's amazing. So, and my old teacher, I may get this wrong, it's been almost 55 years since we said Shaka. Did I say Did I say that correct?
Ndiho.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's been a long.
Unajua ndugu, unajua, bado unajua, unakumbuka.
For me, it's like a dream come true for you to do what you're doing today and what you're going to do tomorrow, and it's a set goal. And to persist, and because you are one of the jewels, and God bless you with long life and health and wealth and everything. So go ahead and do it.
Asante ndugu.
Yes, exactly.
And thank you very much for your compliments and support over the years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Paul Cisco, this is your moment.
Well, Mr. Jackson speaks my mind so well. And my words are really for the panelists. We are all so privileged to know Shaka. And we know of his wealth of knowledge. And I just want to encourage all of us, especially you, Louis, or Bisa, to be the vessel for Shaka to continue to educate the African continent and the American continent, because all the help he can get to reach more people is a benefit to all of us. And Shaka, you know what you mean to me, and thank you for being who you are.
The feeling is mutual. My brother from another mother.
Thank you so much, Paul. Any chance we could get Mr. Bikangaga?
I just tried him again. Let's see if he can hear us. I just tried him over the phone. Let's see if he can speak through the computer. Oh, he's trying to reach me now. Yes, Mr. Bikangaga, will you turn off the sound on your computer?
Sure,
And let's.
will.
Yes, thank you.
Just trying to.
Busy.
Alrighty, we got you. We're ready for you.
You know, my cousin remarks to my brother, you know, Shaka.
Yes, yes.
We you know, we started on a journey together, little kids, playing Kabbalah. How we ended up where we are, part of it is destiny. You know, it has to be, because we couldn't be selected out of so many other Kabbalah kids. You know, Kabbalah, you know, has been a source of very many innovative figures, of which I'm sure Shaka, if you give him 1 hour, he will tell you about each one of them, you know, and what they have achieved. A number of them have achieved a lot. You know, our journey was different. Our journey selected out Shaka. Shaka represented Uganda to the extent to which his posters were up on the major highway between Kampala and the next biggest city in Uganda, which is Masaka. Next, you saw Muammar Gaddafi's poster. You traveled 10 miles and you saw Shaka SSALI's. So as far as influence on the local community, you were given a responsibility, and you met it very well, which is transmit the facts to the people. Speak out for those people who cannot speak out. You've achieved those goals, you know, in your life. My request, my brother, we are still too young. We know too much to go to Brazil and hang out on the beach, you know, watching the waves and whatever else. You know, we need to continue our focus. Our focus doesn't end until we can get our children to that promised land, where we have to be treated with respect, where we don't have to be killed, where we cannot become second to no one. We're the biggest continent on this planet, biggest population. We have the biggest resources. We have everything other than common sense to know that as an individual, you're just a small portion of a bigger block of the picture. Our leaders have failed to see that. They're just a small building block. But once they become leaders, they think we are the block. We are the block. Without us, the house will collapse. That attitude, my brother, as a journalist, we have to communicate to our people, saying that has to end. The colonial mentality the racist mentality that is imparted on us, that we're inferior, all this bullshit, we have put to rest. You came from Kabale, and where kids were still going home on the road, and you ended up in Washington being one of the best journalists on this planet. So, this putting us down now by our own people, our own leaders are the ones putting us down, has to stop. Our aim is to educate. Your aim is to pass on the facts, and your aim is to teach these younger journalists. We have to pass on those facts to the people. The changes have to come from the people themselves, and that is knowledge. We have to impart knowledge to them, and then they have to change their attitude, then they have to change their practice. So knowledge, attitude, and practice have become really our motto, at least my motto. Now I'm trying to help my brothers across the waters, how we shall get out of this dilemma. Because we are in a dilemma right now, and that dilemma requires people like you, requires people like Louise, requires all the panel to become aware that people need to act. No retirement. My dad didn't retire until he was 82 years old. He was still serving in the civil service. Because of that, he had to pass on the knowledge first to people and feel comfortable that he had passed on the knowledge to people before he retired. He retired 3 years later, 4 years later, he died. But he died a very happy man. He told me, he says, I have done my job on this planet. I have done my job. It's time for me to leave. So I like us to do that, to be able to say, I've done my job. It's time for me to leave. It's time for you to leave Voice of America. It's not time for you to leave the planet. We're still on this planet. And, we are going to continue. The struggle continues. Thank you very much, brother. We'll be talking, again, with you at home, I'm sure, and thanks a lot, moderator. Thanks for having me, and I'm really proud. I'm proud this evening of being part of this panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bikangaga. Thank you so much. All right, so we have Claude Gatebuke now. Before we bring in Shaka to close the show, Claude, this is your time, and I want to say thank you so much. You have done such a great job. This was such a great idea, and you are an amazing activist. You have helped so many people. You have liberated so many people just by shining, just by being who you are and by doing what you do. And I thank Shaka for giving you a platform on VOA because it helped the cause of exposing truth about Rwanda, Congo, and elsewhere so much. So thank you so much, Claude, for being here and everything you've done for this show to be possible today. What do you have to say?
Oh, I have a lot to say. First, I think I don't know where Dr. Bikangaga was going with going to Brazil and watching the waves, but that sounded good. But besides that, it's a great honor to be here and be a part of Shaka's retirement celebration. It's also a great privilege to know that soon we will see him in person and go and have some manyama choma, and Louise is gonna pay not only her bet, but that she's also gonna pay for the meal. So I can't wait for that. there are so many stories. Everybody has some amazing stories, and it's interesting because when I first met Shaka, uh, I just met him as as a guest at his show, and then I met Paul, and Paul said, "Wow, that hour ran by really quickly. We should have you on again." And somehow, um, I've been a regular, sometimes multiple times a year, but the connection and the friendship and the kinship is what has grown to become really important. Seeing how much Shaka really invests himself in people, and seeing how much he invests in the growth of everybody, young and old, men and women, and seeing how generous he is, not only with his money and time, but also his knowledge. His knowledge is really important. He's a walking dictionary for things Africa, and definitely, somebody that, as I said earlier, that has the best interest of Africa at heart, where the people's interests are at heart for Shaka. And for me, to see him retire from VOA, I think it's an amazing thing for somebody to leave when when they're gonna be missed, versus leave and basically everybody's ready for you to go. And he said it earlier, said it really well. We're gonna miss Shaka on air, but we are privileged to be able to keep in touch with Shaka. We are privileged that Louise, you and I talk show can bring Shaka to us on the screen, and we can see him again, and we can get some of his knowledge, shared with us. And many of us here on this panel are privileged that we can actually speak to him one on one, which is rare. Millions of people know Shaka, and they would like to speak to him, but you know, um, we have the privilege, and I cannot state it enough how privileged we are. But then, being privileged also has responsibilities. Many people um, don't really think of it that way. They don't think that they think having a privilege is the end of the game. That is not really feeding our souls. It's not feeding our spirits if we have a privilege and we just keep it to ourselves. And Shaka is a shining example of having privilege and actually using that privilege to serve others, to make them better, to bring them up so that they can get to your level of privilege or as close as possible. And that's what we all need to be a shining light for how having a privilege is a responsibility to help others who do not have that privilege. The voice of the voiceless, whatever resource we have, whatever abilities we have, these blessings that we have, we must obviously, absolutely, and I just saw Paul's note, the challenge is on to us now. We absolutely must continue and keep up this responsibility of sharing our privilege and using our privileges to bring other people up. Because to whom much is given, and I'm not a religious person, but to whom much is given, much is required. Thank you, Shaka, for meeting the requirements. Thank you, Shaka, for meeting your responsibilities. Thank you, Shaka, for passing this on to us. And we absolutely must keep it and move it forward and carry this ball forward.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much, Gatebuke.
Thank you. All right, so we have come to the final moment right here. Shaka, 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 I love you so much. Bizu, bizu to you.
I love you back, Bizu Bizu. But I think this moment is really for you, Bizu Bizu, not mine.
Yeah.
And for that, I have to say, and I say this from the deepest, the better part of the bottom of my Cavalry heart and soul. I thank you so much for making this event possible. You and Gatebuke, and by extension, the people that responded positively to the invitations. I didn't know how much you love me.
Shaka, if
Yes,
I can
please.
interrupt, you talked about the people that responded to the invitation, and I do want to mention that my boss, Ni Akwete, was invited, but he has a very urgent issue that he had to deal with and was unable to attend. So
Good.
that's one to make sure that you know that he also was planning to attend. Ni
What
Akwete.
about, what about Hazel?
Hazel, we weren't able to to reach her.
To reach him? My
Hazel?
son?
Oh, Hazel. Oh, yes, I was able to reach him, but he couldn't attend in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he may have tried, and then there were too many people.
Yeah, he
Okay.
tried when the studio was full.
I see.
Yeah, and Camila also. Camila, both
Camila,
Hazel
yes.
and Camila, they all accepted. They tried to get on, but the studio was full, and I think they ran out of time.
Yeah, we can get them another time.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I know, I have to say frankly that this is very challenging because it is huge. What I just experienced is something that I have never even met in the dreams. I never even had a dream that this event would happen. I can only say that I cannot find the right words with which to express my appreciation. But as I listened to you all, I can say that Mandela was right, the Madiba, when he said that what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. Rather, that we have reached out and made a difference in the lives of others, and that is what will determine the significance of the life that we lead. I am ready for that challenge. And he even went further and said, during the struggle, initially the struggle was against apartheid. And there was a feeling that all you needed to do, therefore, was to climb the giant hill. Some might call it a mountain. But he went on to say that in the process of the struggle, after climbing the giant hill, he and his colleagues realized that the struggle had just begun. It was not the end, simply because they had been able to climb to the summit of the giant hill. That instead, there were several other hills to climb. I say that largely because of what my brother, Dr. Arthur Vikangaga, another kid from Cavalry, said, reminding me that Shaka, you may have retired from the Voice of America. And I know that you say you are retired but not tired. But this, in fact, is perhaps not the end, but rather the beginning of the struggle. Mm-hmm. I know, my brother, Dr. Vikangaga, that in a struggle you are faced with a marathon. And I'm not in a position to try and sprint through the marathon. I will be prepared to train and be part of that group of people that are willing and capable of running the marathon.
Wow.
That is the reason why I say that I intend to dedicate the rest of my life to getting an opportunity to motivating and inspiring the African youth to be the best that they could be at whatever they choose, drawing from my personal and professional experiences along the journey.
Yes.
If I could be an obscure kid from Cavalry and walk my way to Washington, D.C., the de facto political capital of the world, where some of the decisions that affect all of us globally are made. And I can in fact spend 20 years with a legitimate platform coming out of Washington, not simply as a statistic, but in fact, as a human being, with a voice, with a presence. Therefore, that means that there are so many other kids in Cavalry, so other kids from Cyangugu, where the Prime Minister hails from. That is at the border of Rwanda and DRC. I have been there.
Yes.
Gitarama, where Kagame comes from. Paul Rusesabagina comes from. My friend, unfortunately, the late, I just learned recently, Silas Majambere.
Yes.
Or Muhammad, if you met him in Djibouti, Majambere. He also came from Gitarama.
Yes.
And as of course, Bikangaga is from Cavalry. The kid from Chicago, my brother, from another mother, Paul Cisco, a descendant of the great Italians who helped me to put on some of the finest threads when I decided to call upon my Western fashion. Mr. Gatebuke, the great activist, a marathon man.
The kid from Gatenga.
That is a place that I definitely have to go to. I have never been there. Raphael Jackson, a great man that went through the same undergraduate like I did at the State University of New York, Auburn campus, but we never really met and breathed the same air at the same time. But an incredible man because he remembers some of the guys that I found there, including the teachers like Harry Otieno Ododa, the kid from UK, United Kisumu of Kenya. You know, I could talk and talk. And of course, the great Bisu Bisu. The great Bisu Bisu for you, we really have to compare notes.
Who's Bisu Bisu?
Bisu Bisu.
You
don't know Bisu Bisu?
It's my nickname. Like Paul says that he gives a nickname to
And of course, Bisu Bisu.
Bisu Bisu.
We will keep comparing notes.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't be surprised that there are areas where we shall figure out a way of working together, of cooperating.
Yes.
And last but not least, my young brother, the sort of brother that I wish I had, for Ndiho. I have to correct that because I really have to refer to my genius professor later. And another brother from another mother, the kid from the descendants of Hungary, Joseph Slavik, and Professor Ned Alpers. By the way, for your information, Dr. Asavi Kangaga, Ned Arpa's elder brother used to be a professor of literature at the University of California at Berkeley, your alma mater. So, my friend, back to Ndiho, someone that I no longer regard as a colleague, really, rather as my younger brother. And even his father knows that. I'm very proud of him in that the first time I met him, he was doing mass communications at Makerere. And that was 1997. We talked, and he happens to be one of those that says I inspired him. And I told him that he can be whatever he actually chooses to be, so long as he's willing to work very, very, very hard. And he's willing to combine luck with opportunity. He's willing to be fiercely disciplined. He's willing to make sure that he can actually be the best that he could be, and not worry about competing against other journalists or against other people, but compete against himself. If he can compete against himself and do it well, I assured him he would be ready for prime time. Because that is exactly what I too had done. And I told him I was willing to guide him. I was willing to let him stand on my shoulders. And I told him, if you are able to stand on my shoulders, what I can guarantee is that you'll be able to see a little bit further than I, because I too have been the beneficiary of those generous people earlier, the giants that came before me, who lent me their shoulders in order to see a little bit further than them. So, one thing that I take from this evening, at least on the East Coast, is probably also becoming evening on the West Coast, where Bizu Bizu hails from, is that we are a very optimistic people. We are very optimistic. We are very positive. We are very committed to making sure that we make contributions that will help restore the dignity of our people. And in order for us to do that, we shall begin restoring the dignity of Africa, the cradle of mankind. Without restoring the dignity to the people of Africa, our brothers and sisters and cultural aunts and cousins in the diaspora will not be respected where they live. But I would like to assure all the people that trace their ancestry from Mother Africa and their friends that we have a just cause, and that all we need is to be able to believe in ourselves and to make a commitment that is long-term, and that at the end of the day, we shall find ourselves as the gallant champions of our continent. Just like some of our ancestors were at some point. So without really wasting a lot of time, I can only say again that I'm profoundly honored and exceedingly humbled for this opportunity that was given to me and to us by my friend, sister, Bizu Bizu, to be on this great show, this Canadian television show, program called You and I Talk Show, hosted by Louise, Uwacu. She belongs to us. Thank you so much. And once again, I say it from the deepest, better part of the bottom of my cavalry heart and soul.
Lisa, Shaka, you nailed it.
You nailed it.
I still keep the names that you used to give me every Wednesday.
You just nailed it again.
Thank you.
You nailed it. All right, my people, that is the end of the show. Thank you so much for being here. Stay backstage so we can speak after the show for all the guests. But for the audience, thank you so much for being here. Have a great evening. Shaka, you are an amazing, amazing individual, and I'm so privileged and so honored and so lucky to know you, and then to host you today on my own show after being on your show as well. This is such a great moment. I feel like, destiny, this thing called destiny is so huge, and destiny has brought us together. I'm so thankful for that, and I'm thankful for everyone who was here today. I'm thankful for Prime Minister Faustin Twagiramungu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bikangaga. Thank you so much, Claude Gatebuke. Without you, this would not have been possible to bring together. You have done such a great job at bringing so many people together as well. Thank you so much, Paul Cisco. A lot of people in the audience are saying that they liked you, but they just knew the voice. So now they can put a face to the voice. So they like that. And Shaka, we will definitely be comparing notes. I love you so much. Bisous, bisous to you.
I love you back. And for that, please, let's get better, not bitter.
Not bitter.
And please, when I walk back in memory lane, I see myself saying, let's keep the African hopes alive.
Absolutely. African hope alive. All right, that's the beautiful end, but that's the beautiful
point the finger.
Yewe ntabwo mvuga amagambo menshi ariko nabashimiye cyane. Nabashimiye cyane rwose. Kandi ngewe urukundo rwanjye na Shaka nzarukomeza kugeza mpfuye. Murakoze.
Me too, my brother. And it's very interesting really to see at least the daughters and the sons of the Rwandan nationals doing this to me, because to be honest with you, I think the fame that I have as a journalist,
Louise,
I probably owe it to covering the Rwandan crisis.
Yes.
The Rwandan crisis, to be honest with you, helped me, as they say in journalism, to cut my teeth.
Okay.
Well, we are so happy that you have covered it honestly and truthfully, because there's been a lot of propaganda, a lot of lies in the media. So it was so refreshing, and you leave a great track record because you covered it in truth. You put on the facts, and you were never part of the propaganda. You were
that's exactly. Yes.
I could never allow myself to be that.
We appreciated the Shaka.
There's another person here who trained under Shaka. I see her on the camera. I almost feel like, we should give her at least 30 seconds or a minute to,
Can you hear her? The young lady next to
Yes.
Beautiful
Yes.
smile.
Let me try to reach him by phone again.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, I remember in the newsroom, my colleagues used to be called me Kagame.
Hello?
Yes, will you please turn off the audio on your device?
There we go.
All right. Hello, sister.
Get on the phone.
Yeah, you gotta speak into the phone.
Can she unmute herself? Can she unmute herself? There seems to be a mute on the okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Speak into this right here, the phone. But please turn off the sound on the computer.
But don't mute yourself.
There we go.
Well, welcome.
Hi. How are you?
Doing well. Doing well.
How are you? That looks like someone I used to refer to as my daughter. Somebody?
Yes, hi, I'm Samali Bikingaga. I was an intern for Straight Talk Africa in 2016.
Wow.
I was finishing up my journalism degree, and I was able to work.
Congratulations.
As well as Shaka. It's kind of where I fell in love with long-form journalism, and I finished school, and I ended up working in documentary film, and as an assistant editor.
Congratulations. More power to you, somebody.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for my experience at VOA.
Terrific. We are glad that we were able to provide you the opportunity to do so.
Yes. And I was very grateful to work under everyone there. It was such an incredible team and really gave me the foundations of objective journalism.
I have to say we are very proud of you because you work with one of the best guys in the business. When it comes to documentaries, Ken Pans, he's the man.
Yes. Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you for being generous and showing up at the, and sharing. And Shaka also for your generosity, leaving a mark.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great evening, everybody. This has been amazing. I can't wait to speak to you after the show, Shaka. Thank you so much. Let's end the show and see you in post in after the show. Thank you, everyone. Thank you
so much for making it happen.
Thank you, Bizu.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you all, and wish you good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mm.